Oh my God, am I early? Oh my God, will wonders ever see? Hey, guess you're still breathing. Mm, ah, can't breathe them all, can you? So funny. You saw the other day that I shouldn't even be allowed to breathe air. Shouldn't even be able to breathe air. That's what she said. She also told me that. Shut up. Well, hey, that's ridiculous, right? Because, first of all, let's say that. Hi, Tommy. I know, right? Sure seems that way. Sure does. How you doing? How you doing? Up to no good, as usual? Well, they're just kidding, Tommy. Just joking. I'm joking. I'm egging you on. See. No, it's not. That one's at midnight, Tommy. Just kidding. Um, yeah, I want to do this, you know, this whole video on this Eileen Wuornos, the one who was they made that movie Monster about. But my God, is that so interesting? I mean, I am just in such amazement at that woman's life. God, it's like, somebody was quoted saying that she was dead before she was born. Hey Don, how you doing? Yeah, the serial killer. And my God, no wonder why that girl felt like she always had to be um armed, or on the defense because I can't help but wonder too. Um, I can't help but wonder. Yeah, it is proof because she had been getting, molested from her grandfather since she was 9 years old. I mean, she was violently raped by her grandfather's friend. Oh, really? I'll have to check that out, Kmart. Nice to see you. Uh, she gave birth at 14. Her grandfather, really, I'll write that down right now. I'll write that name down. Matthew Huffman. And that's Ohio, correct? I will look him up and I will. Maybe you can even come on the panel and maybe do a little interview if you'd like, after I've researched it more. I'll let you know. But yeah, I mean, and she was born in Michigan. You know, that's where the family really was based out of, Rochester, Michigan. I have never been to Michigan, so I do not know what Rochester is like. I feel like I maybe should have Earth, Google Earth it just to take a look around the city and see what kind of what kind of a city it is. And I'm sure that it's not going to be the same as it was in the desert. She was born 1956. So you figure her mother. All right, well, okay, so here's the thing. Well, she was born Rochester, Michigan. Rochester, Michigan. Um, it's possible maybe her grandparents lived in Troy. I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure that it was Rochester because she actually no, yeah. So because the mother, Diane Warren. Now here's what kind of is strange to me is that she was her mother was married. Oh, okay. her mother was married at 14, and her father, his last name was Pittman, Les Dale Pittman, or Leo, I'm sorry. Yeah, Leo Dale Pittman was her father. And he was actually, now he, this is kind of, that's why I mean, there is so many like rabbit holes to go down with this story, and why, dead before she was born basically is so very unfortunately appropriate. And I can't help but wonder if because of, there's question. Mine was okay, Don. How was yours? There's question that her grandfather, even though they did legally adopt her and her brother, who actually passed away of cancer at 21, but there is question that she was actually her grandfather's baby because he was a molester, and that's basically why. But and I'm just curious. I mean, in 1956, they were letting 14-year-old girls get married. I mean, and how how coincidental, the guy ends up in prison for life, mind you, in Kansas, Leavenworth, right? Um, he hangs himself, presumably hung himself. That's neither here nor there. I mean, the guy was you know, ugh, but he was doing life for kidnapping and raping a 7-year-old. Now that's something I want to look more into, that particular case. What really kills me is the convicted sex offender, the one that was her first murder, Richard Mallory. I really searched hard to find, you know, anything further about him than, he had done 10 years for sexual assault. And I just really would love to, yeah, he did get one he deserved. At first she said that she just, shot him, that it wasn't, that he had raped her. But then, she said that he did rape her. Chances that he raped her are probably, more percentage yes than he didn't, because he's a convicted sexual assault. I mean, 10 years. I find it so strange that, for raping a child, and her father's was in prison for life, and yet he had married a 14-year-old. Isn't that, I mean, like, kind of like, I mean, how did it end up happening that, in fact, her mother, Diane Warnos, had 2 children. That's another one I want to look up, where I'm going to do some research. I mean, further research. It really sucks that I don't have 2 devices, because I would research right while I was, doing the live stream, and just read off whatever I find. Because I did find the whole entire court documents of the case, it's 86 pages. And then there was another one with the court documents, supposedly of Richard Mallory, but that was unavailable. And it was not allowed during her trial of that, about him serving a 10-year sentence. It may have saved her the electric chair, but the thing was that she had tried to kill. She had even shot herself in the stomach with a 22 caliber pistol, and she had tried to kill herself 6 times within a very small time frame. I wonder if Here's the thing. I mean, okay, so she was married, right? Diane Warno, the mother, and um, yet they speculate that the grandfather could be, hi, Mark, the grandfather could, maternal grandfather, right? On the mother's side, could be the father of Eileen. Now, I'm just curious that where they live, like, were they living together, like near the grandpa? Was she still like keeping a relationship, like with her parents and going there? I'm talking about Eileen's mother. So that could have happened at 15 years old. Um, that's something I really want to look into. I find that a lot of times with the internet, they did mention a book that is such a great book that it should be read that you really can't put it down. Um, this poor girl, I mean, hi Ben. This poor girl was getting raped by her, grandfather because her mother abandoned. And I wonder too if a lot of it has to do with like fetal alcohol syndrome. Uh, Charles Manson as well was another one that his mother was 16 years old and supposedly had like tried to trade him to somebody for a pitcher of beer. Um, and, you know, kept putting him, she didn't want him. She kept putting him in, those juvenile places. No, I can't email. I really don't email, Don. Not right now, but no, don't do this again. All right. Let's talk about that when I'm like not in the middle of trying to remember facts. But like I said, if I had a second device, I could just be reading what I want to read off, but I don't. So I am just trying to remember from my mind because you know, but Charles Manson was in and out of those, unwanted homes for wayward children and stuff like that. And had, and you see the stature, he's very small, Charles Manson. So, we've got Mother Young, right? Possibly from, a family of, sexual abusers. We know she was a drinker. She's trying to trade a baby for a pitcher of beer. Once again, wondering if fetal alcohol syndrome might play a role in that. Um, and I'm not trying to be mean, Don. I'm just trying to remember details. That's all. But he had repeatedly been molested in these, doing homes for unwanted children. And so every time he would run away from them, he would run to his mother, and she didn't want him. He kept just wanting his mother to want him. And so then, he'd leave, and he was only a kid, and he'd get in trouble for, robbing stores, basically for the most minute things. Like Eileen Warnos, she actually did a year in jail. I don't know. I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. Um, but she did actually. She was. Now get this. I see people. They get sentenced, and then they do less than the sentence, or they at least do time served, whatever. She did. She got given a year, sentenced a year for stealing $35 and two packs of cigarettes from a convenience store. And she was in there from, May of 82, I believe, to June of 83. She did over a year, and a year for what she had been going through. I mean, her father kicked her out of the um not her father, her grandfather who had legal custody. You know, the grandmother had passed away from um alcoholism, and the grandfather, right after the violent rape, it's explained as a violent rape, that she ended up pregnant when she was 14, and she did put the baby up for adoption, even though of what it, how the baby came out, like why, and she ended up pregnant anyway. She still, I guess, really wanted to hold the baby, but they would never let her ever. It was opposed adoption. And I kind of thought, I get it that way back then they didn't have DNA. I mean, they did have DNA, but they didn't. You already asked me that time. They didn't. But here's the thing: after they did, now I'm pretty certain the person would probably be dead. But wouldn't it have given some justice to have somehow, without the child knowing? I get it; it's opposed adoption, but without the child knowing, been able to gather some DNA and at least, how, like, what is it, posthumous, after somebody's, died posthumously, or is that what it is, or something? When they give somebody an award after they passed away or something. Well, couldn't they at least, and the kid really wouldn't even have to know that it was about him or anything. Um, but at least don't let that person who violently raped her at 14 years old get away with that. You know, like perhaps he was like, he went out like this, his obituary read, this great guy, this great guy, and nobody knew his background, and in actuality, here he is violently raping. It was good. I hope yours was. Um, violently raping a 14-year-old, which then ends up on the streets at 15 because after she, after the grandmother passes away and shit, the grandfather kicks her out. And so she was living under bridges and living in the woods near her house. And all that, and that reminded me of, I remember I had some neighbors and they moved to Florida, and they had just gotten a kitten. They called it Butterscotch, like a ginger cat, a tiger cat. And they moved to Florida and they left the cat behind. And so the father, oh really? Hmm. Yeah, I'd go for a cat scan today. Um, so the father was gonna, the kids and the mother had flown down there, but the father was gonna be driving down. God knows why. I mean, according to the mother, she had said that the father was gonna drive down with the cat, Butterscotch, because the kids liked it, but he didn't. And when he went into the apartment to get like the last of their things, the cat had like pushed out, pushed in the screen because they lived in the basement floor, and the cat was inside the house again. And he's like, "What the fuck?" So he seals it up real good, throws the cat outside again. That cat walked around those apartments. It, eventually became feral and everything. And I had my own cats and a young kid, but it did become feral. It was much so friendly. Um, oh, thank you. I appreciate that, Ben. cat was so friendly at first, but after it just kept waiting and waiting and waiting for its owners to come. And they never came back. They never came back, and um, well, the cat. Oh, you. The cat did. Anyway, eventually they came and somebody took the cat away. Whatever. I feel bad for it. But man, it didn't leave that parking lot. Just lived in the woods around it and stuff. And people would put some food out, but then other assholes that didn't know the story, of course, were like, don't feed it, it's Sarah. It's like, well, it wasn't always Sarah, you know? I don't know how people could just fucking leave behind a cat. It broke my heart. And so I likened Eileen to that cat. Massachusetts. So I, felt like, that was kind of similar to her case, just kicked out and so living in the woods. How are you? How's everybody here? I don't know. Maybe you guys don't want to hear about it or anything. I don't know. I was gonna fucking bitch about somebody who made a video about me. Told me that I shouldn't even be able to breathe air. Somebody who I'm very nice to, and we do have our arguments and stuff, but thing is that I've had more nice things to say about them than mean. But I'll tell you, I can't think of one, for instance, not one, for instance, where they were somewhere and somebody was, hi, Debbie, hi. One, for instance, where you've ever said one kind word about me. And I know that. And I didn't do shit to your kid. I didn't even think that was really your kid. Debbie, I don't know anything about your children except for Kristen. Not that I know anything about her, but that's the one that you're, predominantly around. So that's the only one that I, kicked your son out. Why would I do that? First of all, I didn't even know if it was your son, really. Okay. I've never had any interaction with your son. I know nothing about what people say about him. I'm certain you love your kid. I don't deny you love all your children. I don't deny they love you. And I really didn't even really think that was your son. And but yet he was being very positive to you, and you were saying, "Thank you, baby. I love that baby." If you wanted him kicked out, all you had to do was ask me. I had no clue you didn't ask him to come there because you seemed like, thank you. And you didn't say as if I really literally thought, well, that's really her son. I mean, he was very pleasant. Son, daughter, Natalie. That's okay. They, I didn't let Babos drag him. I thought they were like kind of conversing. I don't know. I said, I said, if you go back and you listen to the live stream, you will see that I didn't say anything about him. I didn't drag him. And most of the time when you guys are all like arguing and stuff in here, I'm going, yes, but on the flip side, you gotta think about, of course, and I agree. Nobody should talk about anybody's kids. Nobody should. I heard in your video you say, how come you guys don't talk about your kids? Where are your kids? That's because we don't talk about them. Because these people, they don't want to, be nice and kind. They want to be fucking mean, and everybody, it seems, look for any little eh, detail if you were to share, you know. And they heard it, and they're cruel. So of course, I try to keep as many details about myself private as possible. And I'm pretty certain probably half the time you didn't even share that information, but somebody probably thought it out about you. And I'm going to think the first time I ever saw or heard anybody talking about your kids, it was Ollie. I'm sorry, it was. You know, I 100% agree with you, Debbie. 100% agree with you. 100%. You know, 100% agree with you. People, I should have been able to talk about cancer without people saying, and I'm sick of her using her cancer to blah, blah, blah. I don't use cancer for anything. It's my life, and I should have been able to talk about it without people saying I'm using it and I'm pulling a cancer card. Debbie, you think I wouldn't love to show and say, look how beautiful, you know what I mean? Honestly, Deb, do you really think I wouldn't want to? I'm afraid of filming anything. These fucking people are, ruthless. Ruthless. You are 100% correct. You're 100% correct. And he was very polite. You did a very good job raising him because Natalie, very polite, extremely polite, smart, everything. Loves his mother, defending his mom like that. I mean, top notch. Good job. Good job there. you know? And I mean that, Debbie. But here's the thing, when people are in there and they talk bad about me in your live stream, you always jump on that and agree, but you never ever have said anything kind about me. You are always so quick to jump on the hate SG train. And I am always kind to you. And I mean, not always like if we're arguing, but we know that about each other. But I have defended you, and you've been in here saying thank you, Chris. I have defended you even when the majority of people are yelling. Well, I've never seen it, Debbie. And I hope that's true, but I've never seen it. Even tonight, you said that I could be faking cancer. I mean, come on, Debbie. Who would fake cancer? Who would do that? I mean, like I want to fake cancer. Hi, Kat. Tracy Bruce hated you in here, and that's because that was at a time when apparently they were all taught, look at them all, look what happened, Debbie, all those people. Look what happened, you know? I even said you were right about that. About when you said, hey, he sent it to me and I kept it. Not me, I'm talking about, like as if you were saying, you know? I even said, what the fuck? He's a grown man. He could do what he wants, you know? I mean, what the hell? I mean, you were just, whatever doing. Those people were supposed to be my friends, and look at how prudently fucking she kept that video up of the saying that I took it to mine. That she kept hers up and prudently was evil, and you saw, like, do you see any of them in here? Spaceman is more than welcome to come in here. More than welcome to come in here. And since I don't even know really what me and Spaceman really argued about, I don't even have anything to address him with that. So it wouldn't even be like, yeah, but here's the thing. Spaceman wouldn't even know you if it wasn't for me. He wouldn't even know any of those people, you know, in a in a friendly manner, like Ace, and if it wasn't for me. You know, you wouldn't even know. Debbie, you witnessed the whole thing. Did he or did he not? I mean, you would. It was me who told you. Oh, unblock Spaceman. He's a nice person. Remember, in your 15-hour live stream, mind you. While you're talking about 15-hour live streams, you know, 420 all day. I'm just getting it now. I think you've had that fucking name now for what, like a week, and I'm finally just getting it. 420 all day. That's funny. You know, I was the one who said he's nice. Don't block him, and I was all happy for. I didn't say anything. I didn't deter. I was like, oh, I get it. You know, they had something going on in their little Discord where they were all talking, and I had no clue. I had no clue. You should add. That's your fucking. You should put it back though to the cray cray in the front because isn't your like when people search, doesn't it like eventually be where you're coming up quicker by because people are typing it in repeatedly, and since it's always been cray cray Debbie, at least you know. My baby's mom. No, that's not. That's not. That is not Terry. That's not Terry because he was in here one time at the same time as Don. No, that Don hasn't annoyed me like spectacular. What? See, Terry is like black as secular. It's sweet with his eggplant. I like eggplant rollatini. And as for grandma, I didn't block her. I took her rent. And the reason why is because imagine that somebody was fighting with you, okay? And they were a wrench on your channel. Somebody that goes in there. Okay. No need to, no need to, who said it? DM. DM. He trolled you in DM. DM. Oh, direct message. Oh, I'm sorry. I was trying to think of like a channel that has those in this. So DM. Um, anyhow, uh, so if you're gonna sit in a room and say, right, not you, Debbie, I'm just gonna say, and be in a room, live stream, and say, oh, SG is live. No, Don, not at all. Okay, Ben. No, you're not annoying. Not at all. You don't annoy me. That's why I said Don is no way annoying as you're not annoying. That's what I mean. No, you don't annoy me. I would know you were Terry because you'd be annoying to me. And that's the fact. Why do you think secular is blocked? You know? Um, because I try to tolerate him just a little, like when he talks like just about whatever conversation. Like last time he was in here, we were literally he, was contributing in the conversation of we were talking about I don't know, two parent families. You know how he is. Uh but okay, so if you have a mod somewhere, okay? Now, it wouldn't make a difference if it was a room where, the person isn't arguing with you and isn't being, cruel and hasn't been cruel in the past, right? But when it's, somebody who is cruel and you come out and say, like if she hadn't said this, right? If grandma hadn't said this and pointed it out, like she pointed it out herself because she said in the live stream over there that, oh, SG is live right now, and I'm a mod there, but I'm going to stay here. I hope she doesn't get mad. Now, if she didn't point out that she was, her preference was not to be in the live stream modding of the one that trusts her as a mod, as opposed to the one where she's not a mod and she knows they've been bashing me quite frequently, but that's where she preferred to stay, then, I didn't block her, but I feel like then she has a conflict of interest. You know what I'm saying, Debbie? I mean, you're channel owner, right? That's a conflict of interest to be, a mod somewhere, but, you know, if she hadn't have said that, I would have just like, because I like grandma and I do trust her. But the way that she's sitting there now talking about me, saying, I'm drunk and I'm this and I'm that, then that, I didn't see any of them saying that. Yeah, are you sure it's not a chosen one? Uh, I don't like stupid baby mama saying, hold on, I was going to dip for a second, but don't like stupid baby mama saying, what does that mean? Oh, oh, baby mama. I like that dance though. Baby, what does it go? Baby mama. Oh my God, how's it go? Um, yeah, well, thank you, Don. I appreciate that. Um, I saw that girl, Chachi Rodriguez or Gonzalez or something. She was on like, America Dance or something like that. And she was dancing and she was like 9 months pregnant and she was dancing all fast to that song. Do you understand though, Debbie? As a channel person, I didn't block grandma. I just felt that she was feeling conflicted herself because if she said, I hope SG doesn't get angry if I stay in here because I'm a mod on her channel. So I figure if I don't make her, if she's not a wrench, then she doesn't have to worry about me being angry, right? I didn't want to give her any kind of undue stress and, feel like she's compromising her convictions. So, basically I was like, well, this way she won't ever have to think, I wasn't mad that she was in Ollie's. She's been in Ollie's quite often and I haven't, um, you know, haven't unwrenched her. It was that I saw it was causing her some kind of grief, like conflict. But now, that I hear what she's saying, I hear that basically she really didn't like me much anyway. According to her, I was, this, although I remember her calling you, mean because, oh, thank you, Dawn. Because you had her blocked, and then now, Now she's not blocked, and now I'm horrible, but she's not blocked here. I just unwrenched her. That's all. Just unwrenched her. I still like her. I still, you know, I know now how she thinks about me, but I mean, hey, I didn't, I don't think, that she had a wrench when she first came in here initially. So if she was my friend without the wrench, why does she have to not be my friend when she doesn't have the wrench? And just so you know, I saw that grandma said that I had left JD's comments in my live stream. I deleted them right away. I think I even blocked her. Like, that's probably why she was all bitchy to me last time when where did she say me at? She was bitching about me. You said in Ollie's. What are you talking about? Are you talking about in Ollie's or what have you said since then? I understand that, Debbie. That's why, I'm trying to do like tonight. I would have loved to have the co-host up here because there's so much about Eileen Wuornos, the serial killer, remember that movie Monster, that I want to talk about. Her, God, her life was so horrific. That's why this is called Dead Before She Was Born. Because I mean, this poor woman, her freaking God. I feel like she was just hey, you live in Michigan, right? So have you heard of Rochester or Troy, Michigan? Are they close to each other? You are? What do you mean, unfortunately? That's a good thing. God, I can't get over how many rabbit holes there are in her life just to go to. She's a leap year baby too. His crazy is she's a, she's a Pisces. Oh, it's near Detroit. Yeah, see, and that's. I bet you even during, let's see, so she was 15 when her grandfather had kicked her out of the house, and that would have been she was born in 71. I bet you it was even, why do you keep saying that, Don? I don't even know your phone number or anything. I don't know any way of messaging you. I don't know why you say that. Yeah, Grandma, I'm asking you, do you mean what you said in Ollie's or in Debbie's? You know, in actuality, her case, her life is not much different than a lot of the girls that end up homeless down there now. But probably, I know it's not. No, no, no. You said on Ollie, you weren't attacked there. You were not attacked there, Grandma. You were not. And no. Mm-mm. Um, you said right. She's driven mentally, but I mean, I often wonder if it had a lot to do with fetal alcohol syndrome. I don't really know I didn't freak out. I didn't freak out. You've been in Ollie's room plenty of times, but do you see what you just said in Ollie's room over yours? Here's the thing: if you didn't even point that out, it wouldn't have made it look like you preferred, you know, to be there and felt conflicted because you said, "I hope she doesn't get mad because I'm a mod there." So I just wanted to relieve you of your, compromise of your convictions. I didn't want you to. That's after you came in here ranting and raving. I mean, hi, Michigan. There first. Yeah, but I didn't go. What? Yeah, but here's the thing though, Grandma. I wouldn't have even known or nothing. I wouldn't even cared. I didn't even. We all do. Yeah, but then when I went live, you pointed it out. If you hadn't have even pointed it out, it wouldn't have made it look like, maybe a little passive aggressive, of an insult, you know? Well, I'll be honest with you, when I'm a mod in somebody's channel, and if they go live, like not all of them, but I wouldn't say, oh, I should go there, but I'm not gonna. I just wouldn't point it out. That's all. Because I wouldn't want them to think that they were, I would just rather think that you didn't know I was live. Everybody does know you're my friend. You're Wrench. Hi, Michigan. You're funny. Hey, Lee. Lee. Oh, Lee, Michigan. YouTube hubby number 3. Yeah, I mean, then, yeah, but if that was the case, then you would have said, so I gotta go, mod. You're not even modded there, so obviously I trust you more than them. Who's Mike? Oh, maybe because they're referring you to Hitler. She didn't refer me to Hitler. When did she refer me to Hitler? When did she refer me to Hitler? When, Mike? When did she refer me to Hitler? I mean, seriously, tell me when. Tell me when. When did she refer me to Hitler? Come on, still waiting. Right, see, that's what I mean. Like, does you just come in, Mike, to fucking say something like that? And here's the thing about you, Mike. You know what? When you were coming in my channel and being nice, and then you had gotten my email and sent, anyway, I, no, I saw what you were saying to people, saying I was a drunk and everything. I didn't say that about you. I told you specifically why it was, a compromise of conviction. And hey, Ben, are you a mod? You're a mod, right? Can you go up and remove Mike's comment, please? Can you remove Mike's comment? He didn't have any kind of. Yeah, no, I never ever tried to, like, no mod, Oh, I didn't know that, then. I did not know that. You did. All right, let me fix that. Hold on. Un momento, por favor. Yeah, this guy's speak Spanish. Tiffany has hated you and talked behind your back. And she has to be nice to you since she promoted you back. Tiffany is, yeah, I know. All right, so we're gonna get this guy outie. And do this. And, okay. And, all right. Yeah, you could just go ahead and block him, actually. Yeah. need to make my comment. You want anyone that I know, and that is true. Unknown. Yes, we have. We have Michigan. Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, like grandma, you took a shot at me, and I mean, I'm sorry. I don't see you telling. Oh, thank you, Kat. That's what everybody says. I only dislike two YouTubers. Everybody only has two. Oops, sorry, wrong person. She's so fake. We'll put you in timeout for now because I do want to tell you that I think. Oh my God, Mike, did I do that to you? No, no. Okay, I thought I was missing you. I'm so sorry. Oh no, no, no! Don't say that, Ben. See, now you're gonna make me have to go out on Maja. Don't be saying that to Don. Ben, you fucker. Can't you be good? Oh my God. What the fuck? Don't say that shit. Oh my God. Fucking anyway. Fucking grandma. Ugh. Michigan May doesn't hate you. Don't say that. You didn't do anything to Don, did you? Hi, Lulu. Oh my God. Hi, Lulu. Ben, tell me right now. Did anybody see is Ben Black on? Because I can't say over here. You didn't, right? Don, say hello to me. Don, Don, say something. Don. Kill you. Thank you. I love you. Thank you. Don, speak to me. Don. Ben, did you? What are you saying goodnight for, Grandma? You don't think it was wrong that you attacked me and said that you've seen me drunk on my live stream? You saw Ollie drunk on her live stream. Did you? Ah, man. God dang it. Mm, mm, mm. Ben, say something right now. I've seen you drunk. And hi, Ruby. Um, I don't know what that has to do though with your friendship. I know that's what I mean. Like, why would you like instantaneously start insulting me? So like then it makes things like little arguments harder to even fix because of the mean words spoken. Ben, did you block him? Because I hope you didn't block Don. You unhid him? Did you hit him? I'm gonna kill you. I know, isn't it, Lulu? See, Grandma? What a shitty fucking Don. I don't know if you're blocked or not. I hope not. Fucking Don. Slap ya. I do. I sound muffled. I didn't know that. Do I? Something in my microphone. That sucks. Why did you time him out? See what you did to me, Grandma? You left me with Ben for a mod. Just kidding. You too, Lulu. I still do. Do I sound muffled to you guys? Probably because I drop my phone all the time. Sure, it's not your ears. You're not wearing a muffle. What do they call those things? Earmuffs. Earmuffs. I did see the movie Lulu, the one with Charlize Theron. You know that she gained 30 pounds for that movie by eating Krispy Kreme donuts? She must have been like so thrilled she could finally eat what she wanted, instead of like most of the movies that um they gotta lose weight. Oh, stop, you guys. Stop it. Stop talking with them. Yeah, I mean, I can't even imagine that poor girl out in Detroit alone after being violently raped and having a baby that she put up for adoption at 14, violently raped by her grandfather and God knows who else. I mean, who knows if that young girl wasn't, when like it says at 9 years old. I don't have a drinking problem. I promise. Running up. Hi, Lucas. Yeah, yeah. I can't remember. I know I've seen the same thing when I was staying at. Uh, can't think of who the hell it was though. That gained a lot of weight for a movie. You know who I think is hot is Jason Statham. Wow, that's awesome, Michigan. Yeah. I mean, I felt so bad for her because it could have been fetal alcohol syndrome. The other night, I got to go back and look at this because I saved it. It was those interviews with like killers and stuff, and it was a little girl, and her family would lock her in the room at night, and she knew why. She said because they're afraid I'm going to kill them, and they said, "Would you?" And she said, "Yeah." And he said, "How?" And she said, "With a knife." And that she was always sticking little pins into her little brother and kicking him in the penis. I mean, it was really sad, and I really want to go further into it. Um, but you know, hey, Michigan, have you ever thought about doing an interview about that? Like, you can come up on the panel and talk about it if you want. We could talk about other things. With a little yay. No, and they would not allow the fact that that guy Richard Mallory, who no matter how much I was searching and searching for his uh record, I just kept coming up with him as being Warnos's first victim. Do you know she was even married? Oh, come on, Don. Now you are getting annoying. I mean, just stop. Now you sound kind of like creeperish. I mean, I appreciate your support, but you just keep saying that over and over again. You kind of sound like Net Net. I'm just saying because the other night she just kept saying, "Oh, he is an angel. Oh, he is an angel." Oh, no, the one that in the beginning was raping her. Um, and then during her trial, they didn't allow that he had been. Why would you want to sabotage anyone? He had served a 10-year sentence for sexual assault. Even her father had hung himself in prison in 1969, presumably hung himself in prison because he was in jail for life for kidnapping and raping a 7-year-old. I mean, what is going on in Rochester, Michigan? Why was this entire family like doing incest? And why was Diane Warnos allowed to even get married at 14? I understand, it was 1955, 54, but I mean, it's so strange that, yeah, inbreeding, I wonder, like, in a particular family. Yeah, I wasn't in school. They don't even talk about her schooling, you know that, Lulu? That's a good point. They don't mention her schooling at all. Not at all. Oh, you want the link? All right. All right. Yeah, they don't mention her schooling at all. And do you know she was married before? And it was even in the social pages. It didn't last long. I think it was like 2 weeks. Um, but he was a president. He was 69 years old when they got married, and and he was the president of the yacht club. It was in Florida, and it made the social pages. In fact, that's what the thumbnail is. That's her and her husband, but she hit him with his own cane. And then she was always like, I didn't want to see it. Oh, jeez. You didn't block him, did you, Ben? You aren't going block crazy in there, are you, Ben? You go. Please. God dang it. God dang it. That's it. Get that off there. M loves crack.
That's
Is
what
that you?
the trolls will say. Yeah,
They say that?
that's what they always say. It don't
I
bother
didn't
me.
know that.
From
I
like
didn't know that.
a year and a half ago
I'm
or
sorry, what?
longer. So who
All I can hear is YouTube in the background. Is he there? She never really had a chance. Um, she didn't. That's why I put in there, dead before she was born. No, that's not Don. That's Michigan Made. I remember one time, Michigan Man, like it's another channel, like, but it sounds like Michigan Made. It was like when, I first was going to Michigan Made. And so I saw Michigan Man was live.
I've never seen a Michigan man. Go ahead.
You
I'm
never
sorry.
saw it? Michigan
No.
Man? Remember I
No.
told you this story? And I went in there and and fucking I'm looking at the guy and I'm thinking, who's this? His father?
Hmm.
And I was
Oh,
just about to like type in there, are you Michigan Made's father? And, and then I looked and realized that the channel's name was Michigan Man.
LOL.
Yeah.
LOL.
I was looking like, what the fuck?
Is my phone coming in clear?
Yes, it is now. Yes. Yes.
Rat.
How you doing?
I'm good.
Good, good, good. Do you have any kids?
Hell no.
Wow, I didn't know
Hell
that.
no. No kitties.
No kids.
No
Yeah,
kids.
we
No
were talking
wives.
about uh that serial killer, Eileen Wuornos. Remember that movie Monster?
I'm a lone wolf.
A lone wolf. I'd be scared shitless if I ever saw a wolf. You ever see that video where that dog, the guy's hunting, and they always say like, even though the dire wolf has been extinct for like a long, long time, and the Michelin Man, maybe it was Michelin Man, that that hunter and the dog, it's like a white dog, and there's something black
Ben,
like crouched down in the grass.
I
Have you
went
ever
to
seen that?
college for teaching, Ben.
Huh?
I was telling Ben.
I can hear you good.
Oh, I was telling Ben that I went to college for teaching.
For what? College for what?
Whoa, why is it way delayed?
Is there a delay?
Yeah, I'm hearing stuff I said like 3 minutes ago.
Do you have your YouTube on?
No.
Hmm, that's weird.
Hold on, let me
I
see
don't
what
know.
I can do here.
I don't hear an echo or anything from you. You sound fine right
Like,
now.
yeah, I'm hearing the live show and then I'm hearing things I said like 3 minutes ago play in the background. It's weird.
See if your YouTube is off.
Yeah, hold on.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that is why. Duh.
I'm
Michigan.
pretty smart sometimes.
That's why
The
I
only
had
reason,
your chat going in another window.
yeah,
Much
I
better
figured that
now.
too, but you
I
sound much
was I was starting to hallucinate. Like, what the hell? I already said that.
better.
That's weird. It's like delayed like 3 minutes.
But you're good now, right?
Yeah, I'm good now. I was just hearing me answer all those questions from the other window that was open and it was trippy.
It is kind of creepy. I've never been anywhere where, like, you know, how you'll see those, somebody will go, hello, hello, hello,
Mhm.
hello. You know, I've never been anywhere where I could yell, hello, hello, hello. I don't want to, but I don't
No,
know.
it sounds clear now, Chad. It was just I had her chat open in another window that I didn't X out, so it was playing while I had this one open too and echoing like on a delay.
Have you ever been to Rochester, Michigan?
I've been through it many a times. I haven't really gone there and did anything, but I know where it's only like half hour from Detroit, north of
Is
Detroit.
it a bad place?
No, it's a rich place. One of the more
Oh,
wealthier cities in the state.
is it really? What about Troy?
Troy's probably the wealthiest city in the state.
Get the hell out of town.
I'm serious. That whole area, Troy, Rochester, Bloomfield Hills, that's the rich part of Michigan. That's Michigan's like Beverly Hills to LA.
Isn't that amazing? Because
Yeah,
that's where.
That's Oakland County. That's the Richie town to us Wayne County people.
Well, have you ever seen that movie Monster
No,
with Charlize Theron about that act? It's an older movie. She won an Oscar for it.
I don't
It's
watch
about
TV or
that
movies.
murderer.
No, was it based in Rochester?
No, but the real woman, was from Rochester, and her family, as it like it seems like in my mind, I'm picturing this like trailer park place because these people are all, the grandfather was a wicked molester and she was violently raped by, her grandfather's friend and her own mother, like there was, you know, she was being molested by her father. I mean,
That sounds
I
wild. Yikes.
yeah. And then he kicked her out of the house when she was 15 and she was on her own on the streets, like sleeping under bridges and shit at 15. That'd be rough.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be wicked rough. I'm surprised you never heard of that movie um, it was pretty big. Big,
Yeah.
like I said, she won an Oscar for it,
I
and
know.
she was a prostitute. They killed her. They ended up killing her, but she never had she never had like a chance.
Right.
Oh, here's Secular. Should I bring him up? Are you guys
I,
friends?
I don't have no issues with him. He's cool
Okay.
to me.
Secular?
What, bro?
I've got it schooling there though. He's gonna have to try again.
Try
Because I
again.
only have it. I only had him like buffering up there.
Hmm.
Yeah, it didn't come out right. Yeah. Yeah, I I don't know if you saw my last video, but your name appears in it. Did you see it? Are you
Me?
there? Yeah, just because you were in the line. I hate it when I like will screenshot something. It's from a year ago, and I'll screenshot something, but it wasn't what you were saying, but you happened to be in the room.
Yeah, a year ago I'm in a lot of stuff. I was way more active. Now I barely get on. I catch a live here and there, or I'll watch them after they were already broadcasted and skim through them. But I'm
Yeah,
nearly as
I hate it
active as
when
I used
somebody's
to
in
be.
there. You can tell that they don't really like know what's going on. They're not included in anything that's going on.
All the
But
trolling and
you
drama
just want,
made it lose its
huh?
fun for me. I said all the trolling and drama last year made it lost its fun for me, so I just threw in the towel.
Well, I mean, for me, it was never fun at all. You know, I just
Right.
it seems like fucking a waste of time. I don't understand why people can't just be friends,
But as
even if you
soon as
don't
I
fully
started
like
being
people, huh?
that's what I did. As soon as I came back and remain I'm neutral now that I don't if I dislike people I don't display it, and if I'm friends with someone who hates someone else, I'm not going to dislike them just because they like the other person. So I try to be friends with everyone, even people who hate each other, and it seems to work. I don't have many trolls anymore.
I thought you were more neutral before.
I'm pretty much neutral with everyone, but two people still mess with me.
I
But
mean, you're neutral now, but you did come out like with the Babos thing, and
oh,
you
I
know,
was going off come from what I seen her post, but she apologized, so I don't care for her. But I'm not. I'm done. I call the truce. I just won't speak
yeah,
on her
no.
anymore.
But I mean,
But
I've
I'm not.
never really seen you do a video ever like addressing anybody. You know, you've always been
Yeah, not
pretty
too
neutral.
often.
Yeah, you're pretty neutral.
Try any hoot.
What is this private chat? Is that what that is? Oh, okay, that's you. I keep calling you spectacular. You look like you got a tan, secular.
I did. Am I welcome here or not?
You
Yes.
should be
Well,
with
I wouldn't
me.
know.
Good. I want to be. You got to make me feel welcome here. Hold on. How you guys doing? Hi, Michigan Maid. Hi, Survivor Girl.
What up,
You look
buddy?
good, secular.
So do you. I love you guys. I was thinking about.
You know, I like everyone. I mean, of course, everybody doesn't have every quality that you like in somebody, you know. But I mean, as a whole, then we as a whole, ha ha ha. She said whole. But as a whole, we can all, you know, find something that we like in people and get
Right.
along.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's
I couldn't
better
believe.
that way.
Yeah, I got really attached to you guys. I think we all came together for a reason. Like we were all attracted to the Chosen One channel for a reason. Because
No, you always say that, and but I was watching Chosen One because of his, you know, abandoned Detroit video.
okay,
Yeah,
a
the
lot of us
abandoned.
watched him because we're just as screwed up as he is and the people that he interviews, or we were at one time.
Well, I think we're all screwed up. I mean, we all got
Absolutely.
shit.
So
But
I
I'll
love
tell
you.
you what. After reading this Eileen Warno story,
Right. She has
thank
a history
you.
in Michigan. She did live in Michigan when she was real young.
Yeah, and after reading her story, I tell you, uh, I am pretty, you know, like you just said, we're all screwed up, and I can't
Right.
imagine that poor woman.
I want to say something to Michigan Made real quick. I took my daughter to the Armada fair. If you got any, like, I seen you posted something with your nephew. I think you'd have a really good time if you take him up to it. It's a really good time up in the country up there with the.
How long's it running for?
I think another 5 days or so. They're going to have a rodeo, and they had a demolition derby today. They'll probably have it again.
Oh, nice.
It's way
Yeah,
up there in the country, up in Armada.
there hasn't been too many fairs down here and downriver, really.
Yeah, well, they closed the Ayton Woodward Fair.
You
Yeah.
remember the demolition derby in Happy Days?
Oh yeah, yeah.
I remember that. It was like a two-parter.
Yeah, I grew up.
It ended at where Fonzie was, you know, stuck and that car was like room room and gonna, you know,
Right.
crash into him. And then that's where it ended. Like, you know.
Yeah, wasn't remember Pinky Tuscadero, his tough
Yeah.
girlfriend?
And Leather Tuscadero.
Yeah.
I remember Fonzie jumped a shark, literally.
Oh, when they went to California.
And you jump
Yeah.
the shark on the speedboat.
I'll be right back. I have to address my daughter here. So.
Okay. All right. Do you remember? Do you remember Evil Knievel?
Of course.
Man, where's the Evil Knievel of the world? You know, I mean, I'm not gonna lie though. Sometimes those X Games, like Travis Pastrana or whatever. I mean, he was really impressive. You know, and Evil Knievel, a lot of times he really didn't make it. You know, I mean, he was like all broken up.
Yeah.
You remember that?
Do you have a state fair in Massachusetts?
Sure.
Yeah, we have the Big E. It's like
Boston? Are you by
Not
Boston or Worcester? Worcester.
right here. Yeah, it's like it's New Hampshire, Connecticut, Maine, Vermont, and Massachusetts.
I got a couple of North Enders. Don't Boston have the North Enders and
That's where the
South Enders?
Italians are. The Italians are in the North End.
The North Enders.
Yeah.
I thought that was a Southeast, like
Where
where
is it?
Donnie Wahlberg is from.
I got to go to
isn't
the
it?
North End and pay
Or
my
those
book.
the Irish? Oh, those are the
Yeah.
Irish, aren't they? The Southeast.
Yeah.
I don't know much about Boston. I just know the stereotypes: the North End and South End.
Michigan Made. Have you ever heard Ministry talk? Ministry of what's her Ministry of Truth? She's one of the regulars. She lives in Michigan now, but she's from
Right.
Rhode
I
Island.
think so. I think
Right.
I came
Yeah.
across her.
She has an accent like that. She says, "The land of the lost, the land of the lost."
You
I love
car,
that.
That show with the fucking
my
street
car.
cat.
hop in
Yeah.
the car and get on the Goddard Street. You got it.
I used to like when you used to talk about bookies and stuff. That stuff always used to fascinate the fuck out of me.
Yeah, now that it's legal in Michigan, there's no more bookies.
Yeah, you're making me want to gamble with all those gambling things.
Oh,
Mhm.
they said that's
Easy
such a
money.
decline. Yeah, that's what I was like, Lulu, too. The
Well, if you
decline
will.
in
Would you say
Detroit.
Michigan Made, as long as you've been gambling, all things considered, your losses, are you ahead or behind?
I'm probably behind. I used to suck. In my 20s, I was terrible. I just would bet anything and everything that was playing at the time. Now I got smart and I only pick and choose a couple games a week, and it's a lot easier to be successful.
How do you find a bookie? How do you get hooked up with one?
I got lucky, and my good
Go to
friend's
the
uncle
library.
was
Go to the
one. But
library. Get it? Ha,
I don't
ha,
know.
ha.
I don't think their Michigan bookies are dead now that sports books are legal. All you gotta do is download the app on your phone, put money on it, and you're good to go.
Wow.
Like FanDuel it's out of Greektown. So I mean, you can go to Greektown and do it, or you can do it from the phone on your app.
I should have gambled a lot more, as bad as I am with money. I've never been good with money. I've always been had a good work ethic. I've never been unemployed, never collected unemployment. Nothing wrong with that, but I've always had a good work ethic, but I've never been good with money. So I'm surprised I didn't gamble more.
But guys like us with addictive personalities, if you don't make sure you got money locked up that you can't get to, you
Right.
have a chance of burning through all your money.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I've did
I've done
side
it
hustles
funny.
too. You know, like I used to
Right.
bootleg fireworks years ago. I'd bring them up from Ohio.
Because
Nickel and dime.
called going on tilt when you're losing, and then it's like you can't. It's probably tilt is probably worse than a crack addiction. Like you literally have to keep betting because you're so pissed off you lost.
Right. Well, I had my last girlfriend was real addicted to slot machines. She was a retired journalist. She was convinced that she had a method down pat.
Yeah, they're all set by computers. There's no method.
Yeah.
The only thing at the casino you got a chance in is the poker tables and blackjack that's not shuffled by machine.
Really?
Yeah, because the machine shuffles, that's computerized. Anything computerized can be rigged.
You know, I've been
I find
there
that a lot of times if you get a good dealer at the blackjack table or something, that they change the dealer.
Yeah, if you're kicking ass, that dealer will be removed by the pit boss instantly. Absolutely.
Instantly. And that's fucked up.
I've
And
seen-
then if
allowed to
you're
do
really
that.
clean, if you're really cleaning house, then they'll have like 3 pit bosses will stand behind you and watch you because they think you might be counting cards.
Right. Right.
So they
Yeah,
don't care
I've
if you
seen
they don't
like
care if you
people.
lose $1 million, but if you start winning a couple thousand, they don't like that.
Yeah, no shit, right?
Fucked up.
It's
Just like
terrible.
on the online ones, you can lose all you want, but if you start winning big, they suspend your account and say that you're not.
Well,
These
you're
sites
not in.
are for. They say they're for recreational gamblers only, and the way you're gambling, you're using it as a professional, and they terminate you.
You guys ever go to Las Vegas?
I've been there twice.
I went back
I've
in
never been.
'87, and we got really good steak dinners, really cheap, and the beer was free. I think me and my dad
Well,
broke
yeah,
even.
that's at the. Yeah, look at those buffets at the freaking
Did you go to
casinos.
the
They're
buffet
great.
that Clark
Hi, Heart
Griswold and
Pink.
cousin Eddie went to? From
Huh?
the movie Vegas Vacation, the buffet Clark Griswold and his cousin Eddie went to. Have you
No,
ever seen that
Oh,
movie
no, I don't know
mm-mm.
about
with
that.
Chevy Chase?
Oh, okay.
Family
Well, I can see it.
Vegas Vacation.
No, what are you
But
talking about?
yeah.
The buffet or the casino?
No, in the movie they go to some nasty buffet with all the slop. It's just like an inside joke. But no,
Oh, really? Oh,
yeah,
the
they got
ones at the Mohegan are great.
I think the casinos are hiring now.
Motor City Casino's got a good buffet here in Detroit, and it's cheap.
I didn't know you were a bartender, Ruby. That's what I am too. Bartender was anyway.
Hey, Ruby, what's up? I haven't seen you in a while.
I went to the casino one time and I was like, okay, I'm gonna have $100 to gamble with, right? And then I decided, okay, I'm not gonna gamble with it. I'm gonna save $20 to gamble, and I'm gonna buy myself something, right? And I'm gonna buy my daughter something. That way, I at least leave with something. I was there to see a comedy show, and then I said, so I take my $20 and put it in the slot machine. And I'm walking around just, to see which one was the one I want. So I picked this one. I don't know why it just was like a little light was on that I didn't notice on the others. So there was a lot of people on that row. So I go up to it, put the $20 in, and it must have been one of the. I thought it was like a quarter one, but it must have been one of those double bet ones. So I had actually bet 50 cents, and I was like, all of a sudden, it goes and it doesn't do anything spectacular, right? It looked like it was like a win, but it didn't make any noise, no bells going off or anything. So, I just go to hit it again and it doesn't move. But the light blinking was saying press for bonus.
Okay.
So I pressed for bonus and it comes up 6 times and it starts singing. And I'm like, huh? And it just keeps singing and
So
dinging
you hit
and
the
dinging
jackpot,
and
huh?
dinging. 1,080 from 50 cents.
That's not
Yep.
bad at
I just
all.
cashed out right then and there. Cashed out right then and there.
That's
It was so
awesome.
funny
See,
because
I wouldn't be
all
able to
these
do
people that have been playing all around that machine.
that. Exactly.
Once the bells start going off, this like little old lady comes over because I'm standing there like in shock, like what the fuck? And because I kind of expected, I'm old school. I kind of expected these coins to come falling out. I'm looking around for
Right.
cups to catch my coins in, and but there was none because it comes out like paper. But
Yeah. In
yeah, I
Detroit,
didn't know that.
the elderly and women by themselves, they got to be careful because they send in like scouts to watch for someone to win big, and then they'll follow them to their car and rob them.
Oh, that happens a lot.
In Detroit,
And people,
a real lot. It slowed down lately. I think they put guards in the parking garages now, but it used to happen like nightly.
I've seen like where people will go missing and never be seen again, like from leaving the place.
Like,
So
but
anyway, this little old lady, comes over and I go, "What the hell is going on?" She goes, "You won." I go, "I did." I go, "How much?" She goes, 1,080. I said, "Are you fucking kidding me?" No, I go, "Are you fucking shitting me?" And she goes, "No, I'm fucking not." It was funny. I was like, "Yeah." I thought
yeah,
that was great because
two of the Detroit casinos are downtown where it's more safe and lively, but one, Motor City, is a little on the outskirts and it gets a little shady at dark.
they built a MGM down here in my town, and the weird thing is that we voted against it. You know, we voted against the casino, and then this freaking tornado goes through, which we never get tornadoes, right? With the twister,
Right.
and freaking hits right where they want to build a fucking casino.
That
And
was the creator
oh,
of that,
what?
the universe. That was the universe creator saying that this ain't going up. The people
Oh, no,
spoke.
it went up.
Right,
It
but
had
he was
another
just
vote.
trying to give a sign, though. You know, like
It had
that was
another.
that was nature trying to give a sign.
Well, they had another vote, and
Of
then
course
suddenly
they
it got
did.
pushed through.
Money talks.
And
So, yeah.
I'll tell you what,
Then,
though, it is not like the ones on the Indian reservation. The
right.
Indian ones. I'm sorry if it seems like I'm not. I try to pay attention to the chat at the same time, and I'm really sorry. But the Indian reservation ones are a lot cleaner than this one downtown. I
Yeah,
mean, the
there's a
garbage
bunch
is
in Michigan of the Indian ones, but they're all up north. There's not many down. Well, in the Detroit area, one casino is owned by the reservation, and the other two are owned by billionaire.
Which one's owned
oh
by
really?
the natives?
Um, it was Greek Town. I think they sold a share, but they still have some share. The Illich family owns Motor City, and William Hill, the William Hill LLC owns MGM.
Boy.
So Greek Town was all 100% owned by the natives, and then I think when the hotels got built, they had to sell some shares in order to afford the hotels.
Hmm.
Yeah, I met a girl who was, part of the Wampum, I think it was, the ones the Foxwoods, and it was just very strange how I met her too. But she was, Indian, and she lived on the land that was so that it was like the casino, like everybody gets a proportion of it if you're that, if you're Indian. And I never knew that they have a real problem with kidnapping and white people, trying to
Oh,
get the
bad.
Indian girl
Yeah,
pregnant.
because no one believes them. So there's sex trafficking in the reservations are real bad
Big time.
because there's
I'm telling you.
no the white people and the white government don't believe the Indians when they try to report it, and it just goes unreported. But I've heard that too. It happened a lot.
I did a video of it, and there was like between a certain amount, like a not a big time frame, there was like 6,000 indigenous women who were missing, and only 100 made it to like the missing files. And I think it's horrible that these people just have to go on and on wondering if it's their, if
The
it's their.
government pushed booze on them originally and made them all alcoholics, so they all they worry about the drinking, and
Yeah.
then they pillage them.
Right. They end up on Skid Row. I remember in Toronto, there was on Skid Row, I noticed a lot of natives back in the 90s. There's a sensitivity that the natives have to alcohol. They can't, for whatever reason, tolerate it like other like whites. Well, whites mess up on it too, but they just have
Right, they die. A lot of them die younger of like cirrhosis than most Caucasians or African Americans.
yeah.
So it must be a gene in there, some kind of gene that it's
Right. Yeah, you're articulating it better than I can, but it's something like that.
yeah.
What happened to Survivor Girl? She bounced off.
I don't know who's all still in this room.
I think Lulu is there, Miss Lulu Price.
Lulu.
That's Lulu Price. She used to go over to Frank Nitty's chat all the time. Yeah, things are getting interesting now, aren't they, Michigan Made on YouTube?
Oh yeah.
Who are you watching now? Do you like look at Sharon V's lives or anything? I always go over there and mess with
No,
her.
I haven't. I probably just scanned through two of hers real for a second. I don't watch Nitty. I don't really watch Bobbles. I hopped on her Survivor Girls because I'm bored and seen she was on. I
Oh,
stop
you're
by
bored.
Spendy's
That's
on
why you're here.
occasion.
Thanks a lot.
I knew
No,
she
I
would say that.
gracing you with. I don't stop in nobody, so this is good.
Right. Well, you have a nice mellow chat. It gets
I
wild.
meant I meant I'm bored. I'll stop in a chat when I'm bored, so I pick you.
Yeah.
Yours is where
Thank
I'm
Well,
not
you. I
meaning it like
appreciate it.
that.
well,
I
My
don't
Survivor
come in
cat
Girl has
yours
kicked
been.
me off the
regardless.
live stream. My
I
cat
don't
did it.
go in anyone else's, so I'm not in
Thank
never in
you. I
Nitty's, never in
appreciate it.
Tom's. I'm never in.
Yeah,
I,
Survivor Girl has a mellow chat, but it gets vibrant sometimes.
it
No, it's
does,
cool.
but it's not usually because like I want it to be that way. It's like I'll usually try to come, with
Go to bed, baby.
a topic,
It's because you're live and the only one live a lot, so everyone flocks here and they see their haters, and then it all flares up.
I'll
So it ain't
be
nothing
like,
to do.
oh,
It
geez,
ain't
oh,
the
Pete.
channel host's fault. It's the chat's fault.
Yeah, and a lot of people will sometimes, try to, say, oh, it's, because of me, like I'll get lumped in with it. And I mean, I'm not going to lie, I do get a little angry about some of, the behaviors of people. But I prefer to talk about topics like what we're talking about right now,
Right. I
I
don't
mean,
really take this as serious. I think there was once or twice something really rubbed me the wrong way where I thought about it during the course of my day at work or taking care of business
Yeah,
at
me
the
too. Like
mall.
a year ago, when someone was using my dad's name as their handle or whatever it's called, and that's when I flipped out.
Yeah, that's there's some things that are really sick and disgusting, like doing stuff like that or bringing kids into it and trying
Yeah,
to
or
I got
tell
saying
where
somebody's
people work
cancer
and
is
where they
fake,
live.
or saying
right.
somebody's cancer is fake. I mean, that really, that,
Other than that, there's not really any way
yeah.
to bother me. The trolls try, like they use the crackhead thing. I laugh it off. I'm not ashamed to admit I used to do crack and heroin, but it's in the
Yeah,
past. I don't do it now, so it don't matter.
well,
I
that's
don't
good.
even really think it's any of their business. You know what I
Right, but
mean?
they say it like it's gonna make me upset or bothered, and I laugh. I don't give a shit. I mean, hell,
Well, I'm
I
not the
still admit that I
laughing is
do
sometimes
cocaine
when they
occasionally.
demand to know this. They demand, like for a while there, with his my GoFundMe, people would be like, "We demand to know." We want to this. And it's like first of all, I wouldn't fake cancer. I don't even know who would fake cancer. I couldn't even comprehend anybody going to the extremes of having a port placed under their skin, you know, and going to a hospital and having chemotherapy to fake cancer. I mean, I have videos of me having chemotherapy.
No
You
one's personal life should be involved in YouTube. YouTube's supposed to be a place for fun and not
Not public
anything.
humiliation or anything like that.
right,
Exactly. But
and
it's crazy.
character
These
assassination, and
people in their 30s, 40s, 50s are like acting like middle school kids. It's insane.
you'd be surprised at what middle school kids are actually doing on YouTube, and
I've
what they're
literally
doing is.
I've literally only made one other account name on YouTube in like 3 years, and that was because I had strikes and I wanted to post something. But other than that, I can't understand the people that make 100 different names like every 20 minutes because they get blocked so they can come back in a room. I mean, how don't? I mean, that means you have no life. That's insane.
The young kids are doing something called griefing, which is suicide trolling, and that's prevalent with the gamers. The
Yeah,
young
that's
kids.
real sick.
Oh my God, I
That's
couldn't.
sadistic.
Yeah, I was doing like a series on where I was researching the phrases of like trolling and each step. The gang stalking, cyberbullying, gaslighting, each thing, what it means, and everything. Um,
Crazy.
And when I got to what the worst one was, which was suicide trolling, and I typed that in, it comes up as griefing. And what was coming up was gaming, and it was prevalent among the middle school kids. And they were literally over those headsets trying to talk people into suicide by bullying them And so what they had done was some like experiment where they made a video of one of the people that these young kids were trying to suicide troll, um, faking like as if he did commit suicide, and then there was a camera on the kids, and
Right.
they were in hysterics. They were so happy that this kid they
What
thought
the
had to go.
fuck? That's sick.
Yeah, oh, you should have seen them. They were high fiving
I'm pretty
themselves.
sure I'm being gang stalked by a few of the letter agencies in the government for some of the shit that I post and say.
Yeah.
They're gonna
I
probably end up whack. If I ever die and they say it's suicide, trust me, it's not. I was suicided.
know, right?
I swear to God, I see all black cars parked out in front of my house and stuff at times. Then when I go outside, they leave. I think that I'm being gang stalked because I post some shit they don't want people to know.
Yeah,
You know
sometimes
who?
I'm out and about at work or out doing my thing, and I wonder if the person is somebody from YouTube that's like watching me or stalking me.
Yeah, I know it's definitely no one from YouTube. I think it's someone from the
Government,
CIJ or the fucking NSK, but
Google.
replace the K with an A.
I'm telling you, there was a story where there was a guy, and and this is true because it literally was happening. I'm just going to say, Lucas said that it says middle schoolers on the internet are responsible for like 60% of suicides before college. Isn't that crazy? Responsible for it, not doing. I mean, yeah, they're doing it, but they're responsible for it because they're doing it over those headsets, and the parents don't even know because they can't hear those headsets while they're gaming, and their little kid is being suicide trolled. It's horrible. Yeah,
Last week I made a video and I literally code worded everything and spaced words out, and it was up for 5 minutes before it was deleted, and I had a strike.
really.
It was about the jab, and all I did was gave my opinion. I didn't say anything about if you should or shouldn't or any, and they deleted it and gave me a strike.
Wow. Did someone report it, or they just saw it?
No, they went through it and said it violated their terms because I tried to fight it, and there was no within 5 minutes of my appeal, they already shot it down.
Survivor Girl, SG.
Yep.
Did you ever text Don?
No, I don't know any way to text him. I don't know. I don't know that person. You know, I mean, I don't know him.
I got permanently banned from Facebook too for talking about that.
There's an actual story where this guy, okay, so one time I was Christmas shopping at Walmart. It was, the day before Christmas, you're just getting your last shit. And I brought this lady with me, neighbor that didn't have a car. So, our car is pretty full, okay? And so we're in the driveway to leave, the exit, and it's a red light, and there's a cop behind me. So as soon as I pull out, he pulls me over, turns his lights on. I wasn't speeding or anything because we hadn't even, all we did was exit Walmart. And so he pulls me over and he goes, "Your registration is expired." I said, "Really?" I go, "That's so weird because, I normally get it in the mail and I'll get a notice saying, do whatever, and you mail it in and it's done." And he goes, "Oh, we don't do that anymore." So I kind of really didn't believe him that it was expired, and I looked on my registration, sure shit, and I'm like, that is strange because I'm always up on that,
Right.
and and so he goes, "No, we don't do that anymore." Well, yes, they do because I just received one, like recently, so they still were doing that. So he goes, "Do you have a smartphone?" And I go, "No." And he says, "Well, oh, because if you had a smartphone and a credit card, you can call and do it right now, and then I can let you go. But if not, we're gonna have to impound your car." Now, mind you, this is with full of groceries and Christmas presents the night before, and so I call my friend. They have a friend, the person with me that, I gave him the test. Do it right there. So anyway, in California, as it turns out, what was going on, and same thing here, that was the same that he was describing, was cops were going around parking lots of department stores and grocery stores and everything, and, looking at people's plates and then making them, doing whatever. I mean, it was just odd to me that I didn't get a renewal in the mail. So I wonder if it was something they were doing during that time. And so this guy, he makes a expose about it, and he goes on the news, gets the hold of the news, telling the news that the cops are doing that and everything. And so then it becomes like where, and it's true, okay? This is true. He was literally showing on video the cops were outside of his house and constantly. And he kept saying to people, I'm telling you, they're going to do something. He even had on video, because he had a guard dog, and the dog was outside, and the cop was up there feeding the dog every day, so that the dog was getting used to him. And he's saying, I'm telling you, I think I'm going to need, some kind of protection. And nobody was listening to him. Nobody listened to him. And sure as shit, he ended up stabbed to death and his house burnt down. Yeah. And now, now it's okay. No big deal that those people are right there on camera doing that to him. And nobody investigated, nothing. It's gone,
Yeah, it seems like there's more paranoia now. There's not as much trust as there used to be.
Yeah, but that wasn't paranoia. I mean, he literally was, nobody would listen to him. They didn't want to get involved. They didn't want to get in trouble too,
Maybe it's because of the cocaine we did. We think we're under surveillance. I haven't did cocaine since '97, and sometimes I'll be out and I'll see a guy that looks like an older white guy with a military haircut. I'll think that I'll just wonder. I'll stop and think, did I say something? I write something I shouldn't have on the internet, or I'm a little bit annoyed from those days. I'll admit it.
I don't think this guy was paranoid. I mean, it really happened. He got murdered. He's dead. He's dead. He goes, I'm going to end up dead.
I was chatting, so I didn't hear your story. Everything.
On Twitter.
Hey, Lemon. How you doing? Haven't seen you for so long. Hi, Tiger.
What'd you say, Eminem? I didn't hear what you said.
Oh, nothing. I'm here.
Eminem. Haven't heard from Eminem in a long time. Like, Eminem.
We got him on now.
What up?
No, the singer Eminem.
He's the real Slim Shady here. We got the real.
Yeah.
I know, right?
The real
Two Trailer Park Girls go around the outside, but he wasn't on cocaine. The guy wasn't on cocaine. He had done an expose about something illegal that, was going on, and next thing he's dead. True story. True story. I was actually watching an interview with Ted Bundy, his last interview, before he was executed, and
I viewed that one.
You know that things are bad when, and that was a while ago when he got executed. When Ted Bundy is saying society needs to save itself from itself, needs to protect itself from itself. He said, because if you got somebody who is, has those tendencies to want to kill people and look for slasher movies and shit, then with cable and everything, all they got to do is keep clicking the channel and they're going to find it, and they're going to teach them how to do, whatever. And he said, we probably got 100 Ted Bundys running around.
Yeah. I think Ted Bundy was overrated. He just killed a certain type, a woman with a certain look.
He just killed a certain type.
You a Wayne Gacy fan?
No,
down in
Green River
Jersey.
Killer had a lot more kills. He was more diverse. He killed all different, mostly
What about
prostitutes.
the Oakland County child killer or
I
whatever?
remember that. I remember when he was on the loose. I don't know that they ever caught him. They
I don't think they
He
did.
killed himself.
Really? I'm gonna have to write that one down.
did he? If he killed himself, good riddance to him.
Oakland
Yeah, he
County
did.
Doctor. Want me to look it up? I can look it up if you're gonna stay right here.
That's
think-
when his family found out and killed him or something, I think.
I think serial killers should be kept alive and studied. And plus, they can tell us maybe if there's more victims out there. I think they should be studied.
Most serial killers are plants that are full of MK Ultra conditioning, and they don't know what they're doing.
Yeah.
Oh, like
Cool.
the Manchurian Candidate.
Yeah, that's exactly it. That's what they do to these. I don't want to say the people do it, but they do that. Then they let these people loose, and they don't know what they're doing. So
And
when
then
they're in
they kill
court
'em.
and stuff, they can't defend themselves because they can't remember anything.
Or they just kill them, you know? They say the cops
Exactly.
kill 'em. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
I think there's a part of their brain that the part that is related to empathy and compassion is probably screwed up or
Yeah,
something.
you know what it is like they know what's gonna hurt somebody, but they can't empathize with them. So that's what makes it so dangerous because they know.
That's
Right.
an old CIA thing with MK Ultra. It literally can give you multiple personalities, and like there's like snaps or code words, and when you hear that word, you transfer into that personality, and it's creepy.
Well,
Like
yeah,
you ever seen that video of El Roker when they said the Holy Ghost and he froze on
I
national
did
TV?
see that. You think
Yeah,
that's
that's
true?
MK Ultra. That's MK Ultra.
I've never heard of MK Ultra. I mean, I heard of it. I've heard of it since, but I used to think it was Michelob.
Like
Right,
Pavlov's. Pavlov's. What's that? Pavlov's.
With beer.
It's mind control. I mean, all celebrities are under it basically, so they can control them.
Oh, Throwback said he just got done watching the Oakland County Child Killer story right before I got in this chat.
Oh, there you go.
Well, what happened to him, Throwback? You know, I think.
I heard his family killed him. I don't know after they found out.
What do you mean negative shit? We're talking. What do you mean, Tiger? This is a good conversation. What are you talking about? You know, I don't know what you mean. Why is Debbie leaving now?
She said that I was suicide trolling her and that she's gonna kick my ass. She's coming to Detroit to beat me up. She said that a million times though.
If this chat's bothering anyone, they're weird. We ain't doing nothing but talking about good conversation and points. So we ain't talking about anybody or anything on YouTube.
This is
Yeah,
good family fun. It's for the whole family. Good, clean fun for the whole family.
Good, clean fun. We're talking about serial killers. Well, like they don't argue with her in the Terry. Make her feel comfortable. I would appreciate.
Yeah, Debbie's a queen.
Yeah, please.
love-
You know,
love
yeah.
Pray
All
for
right,
me,
fine.
Miss
Yeah,
Passion,
we're not talking about anything
Girl.
bad.
Tiffany. They're my
yeah,
four favorites. You guys are my
what-
four favorites: Survivor Girl, Miss Passion, Debbie, and Tiffany. They're my four favorites. I like Ollie and Bobbles, and I like them too. But and Laura, even Laura. Laura made me mad once, but she's a bunch of different people on here.
It was suicide. That was the Oakland County killer. Where's Oakland County?
Oh, it's where I live. I live in Oakland County. It's a big county.
Oh, it's in Michigan?
Yeah, it's got working class suburbs, rich suburbs, middle class suburbs. It's diverse. That's where Troy is. Troy, Rochester, the city I live in, Ferndale.
How long ago was that going on?
What, the child killer?
Yeah.
Back in the late 70s, wasn't it Eminem? MM?
Oh, he dropped out. Where'd he go?
Did he? Oh, no. Yeah, that was in the late 70s.
Really? That's very strange. You know, like it always makes me wonder if that Eileen Warnos' family had shit to do with stuff around there.
Well, I watched a documentary on her, and she just like a lot of them, she had a messed up childhood that, but a lot of
More
people,
than messed up, I'm
yeah.
telling you.
Yeah, I think the serial killers, a lot of us have messed up childhoods, but theirs are like messed up. Plus, there's something not right in their brain. So I don't know. I'm not a criminologist. They can
I mean, for
profile it.
her, I kind of wonder if she's, if there's like something going on because it was possible that her grandfather was her father.
Yeah, that usually happens. Ted Bundy's thought that his grandmother was his real mother too. That was an issue. I seen a movie about her. What was the name of that movie? Did you watch it?
Monster.
Monster. Yeah, that was it.
Yeah, yeah.
What
I
was
guess
that? Yeah,
I
The
guess
Independent. Go ahead.
was it Charles Man or was it Charles Manson or Ted Bundy? One of them where you could be one of them where their mother was so young that the kid actually thought it was his sister for a while, and the family played it off like that. Yeah, yeah, but this, I mean, could you imagine being 15 years old and out on the streets of Detroit all by yourself?
Yeah,
That's what happened with her. And I mean, I just feel like maybe some fetal alcohol syndrome and stuff.
They sell sex to survive at a young age. When they get taken advantage of by the predators that are looking for vulnerable young people like her. She was.
Yeah, oh, yeah, definitely. She had, I mean, what really, I just can imagine, like why she felt she always needed to be protected, like, why she would always be maybe attacking somebody before they attacked her in her mind.
Right.
What is going on? What are you getting? A bunch of
Yeah,
text?
Debbie's messaging me with a bunch of things that don't make with a bunch of gibberish. She
Is
must be.
this just so that it's on the live stream? Like,
No, I don't know what it is. It's on my messenger. I'm trying to look at it now.
where did Michigan go?
Come back, Michigan.
Yeah, did his phone die? I always think about that Highway 66. Is that what it's called? No, 16.
Yeah.
Highway 16, the one in Canada.
Right.
Oh, from the Bush. Oh, really? I didn't know about that. Was that a murderer? Was he a murderer? Throwback. The guy Bush. Yeah. And and that's the thing too. I just I saw something where the kid from Talladega Nights, one of the ones that um played one of the little kids,
Yeah.
killed himself. It's kind of sad. I mean, it is very sad about, you know, especially when they're young and they think, there's nothing's going to change in their life, but they don't realize that just, tomorrow's another day.
Yeah. Did you
Yeah.
ever hitchhike? Did you ever do anything like that?
Oh, no. I mean, no way.
You ever pick up a hitchhiker?
Actually, it wasn't a hitchhiker. It wasn't just me either. I mean, it was me and my two friends, and we had like remember the bench seat so that you could all fit in the front, and then because we would all sit in the front, go drive around. You'd fill up the gas tank for like fucking each one of you pitching $4 and
Right.
your gas tank. And she had one of those huge Catalinas. Remember those?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. And so it was pouring rain. I mean, pouring rain. And there was on the highway, on the edge of the highway, these two kids walking with a case of beer in the pouring rain. Our age, like I think we were all about 18, 19, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And so we turned around and they were on the opposite side, and we said, okay, we'll give you a ride, but under a stipulation. Like, where do where do you have to go? First of all, they said, and it was pretty far where they had to go. They were leaving Six Flags. It was Riverside then, but because it was pouring rain, he'd want to be at an amusement park. It's pouring rain, so and I don't even know how they got a case of beer being so young. I think probably they had hit it, and
Mhm.
then when they came out, they had to whatever, dig it out or wherever. So anyhow, they lived pretty far away, but we didn't have nothing to do. We used to just oh, did it Michigan? That's what I kind of figured. He said his phone died. Um, but so we said we'll give you a ride. Now mind you, it's pouring on these two kids. We wouldn't even let them in the car till they agreed. And we said you have to sing what's it called? Oh, she's fresh, exciting. She's so exciting to me.
Cool in the Gang.
Right? They had to sing Cool in the Gang. Yeah, they had to sing the whole song. I mean, we'd let them in like before they had to sing it, but they had to agree to it, and they did. They sang the whole song, in the back seat, and then we all just kind of they had weed, we had weed, they had beers, and not that we all drank much. I didn't drink much because I would throw up all the time, and and then frickin' maybe he's coming back. Oh, he's back. There he is.
He's
You back?
back in town and back in the game.
Back like cook crack. I wasn't even paying attention to my phone. It died
Good
out of
man.
nowhere. My bad.
So what
Yes,
happened with
he's
those
back.
hitchhikers, the guys you picked up at the pier?
We dropped them off where they were going. We drove around for a while smoking weed. That's all we would do. Like we would just when when we were like 16, 17, maybe not 16. No, because I was in England. I had just come back from England, and I know that I had just come back from England, and then so at that point, then we, my friends had cars that I wasn't in England for that long of a time. At that point, it was only like 6 months.
Go to bed,
Then
baby.
Huh?
I told my daughter to go to bed. Go to bed, honey. It's bedtime. Sleepy time.
If Theodoppel, what is Theodoppel? Theodoppel? Is that mean? Let's go tonight. That's a good song too. I was like Boogie Wonderland. Yeah, yeah. I like that and Happy Feet. Remember that?
Yeah, you were
Okay.
singing. You were getting down to some disco songs. You did karaoke, didn't you?
Yeah,
I can see you doing karaoke at the bar.
Believe
You'd
it
be
or not,
fun
I
to
took
party
8 years
with.
singing lessons. I know it's hard to believe. Haha. Haha. Or was it 8? No, 6, maybe 6 or 8. I took. Yeah. And then I got my tonsils out. And which sucks because you get your tonsils out and fucking your range goes from pretty good to, not so good. Oh,
Yeah.
Kat said she used to hitchhike in Florida. Wow, you're pretty brave because I would never hitchhike, man. That was a big thing. I can't even imagine how many people must have went missing, man.
Would you have felt safer hitchhiking in England than here?
No, I would never hitchhike. Because you wouldn't even have to hitchhike in England. Because, well, first of all, I mean, did you see fucking American Werewolf in London? Like, why the hell would I be trying to hitchhike across fucking
Jack the
Britain?
Ripper. England had Jack the Ripper. Remember?
Let me tell you something. The fog in England, I could see how Jack the Ripper was able to be that close to somebody without them even realizing it until they were right on them. Because I was walking home one night, and I'm telling you, I mean, it wasn't like that all the time, but I never will forget this particular night. I'd gotten some chips, and the bars closed pretty early there. Oh, come on, like Karen of YouTube, seriously. I don't want any of that shit. No, I don't even want that there. I want to put her in timeout. Yeah, I don't starting already. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah.
Karen
don't
Happens
want
to you
that.
too.
We're all like doing, we're all doing good here and getting along. I don't want none of that shit going on.
Secular. I watched your video the other day of that skateboarder dude in Southwest you interviewed. I
Oh
somehow
yeah,
missed that. That dude was cool as hell.
yeah, he was a real cool guy. He got a real good
I
vibe
don't
for.
know how I missed that one, but he was definitely. You could tell he was one of the white boys that grew up in the hood.
Yeah, he talked about. He said some things that were politically incorrect, but I think
Right.
he
He
was
was.
kind of no in private outside of the interview. He said some things that he was spot on about it, but
Right.
he talked well of the
Hello,
Spanish
Juan.
people, and I think his kid
He
is
goes
he had a
Spanish
big
people,
kid.
and I go, hello, Juan.
Yeah,
But I wasn't meaning it like that because there really is a Juan in the room.
From his
It was
interview,
just
he
so
came off
excited.
as an
yeah.
interesting.
I got his phone number that night. He's
What
a
did
cool
you
guy.
title your video under for that, Secular?
Humans of Detroit meet Matt.
Right.
Like my memory's
You
going.
could put Skater Boy in it or something, or whatever they call something in the title like that, Skater, because that is probably like a hit. What do they call it? Search word or whatever.
You know what? You meet the coolest, friendliest, most down to earth people in Southwest Detroit.
Oh yeah, and that other dude with the shirt off that had the black, short, buzzed hair and the glasses.
That's not Jose Ablavi. That's
Yeah,
Juan.
You were by a party store, and he
80s. It was by 80s Coney Island. He was cool. He's from Dearborn originally.
he
Dearborn.
looked just like John Frusciante, the guitar player from the Chili Peppers. Looked
Right.
just like.
Yeah, some of the coolest people down there. I go to those bars.
He was the one who was. Was like me. I used to drive my friend to the hood, and that's how I started doing it again. I lived my whole life up to 17 in Delray, never touched dope. I go to the burp and start driving my boy back to the hood, and then I get on.
Right.
I freaking was one time sitting there and I heard these people talking to each other. I was just kind of listening, and just because you said Red Hot Chili Peppers, and they were bitching about how much they had paid for some concert tickets, and when they got them, they were Red Hot Chili Pipers, and they did fighting music.
That's like a title of a porno, Red Hot Chili Pipers.
Yeah, Red Hot Chili Pipers.
Were they Scottish bagpipers or something?
Yeah, they were. They played fucking Scottish music.
Yeah, that's why I always make little comments at Nitty about him saying he's the king of the D when I lived in Delray for 17 years. Just because I'm in the burbs now.
Yeah,
I lived off Dearborn and Vanderbilt, right there in the middle of Delray from birth till 17.
Yeah, there's a lot of nice, hardworking, family-friendly, down-to-earth people there. It looks rough on the surface, but I go into those gritty bars down there, and there's a lot of old-timers there that grew up in the neighborhood. I get a lot of hugs. We buy each other drinks. They're not
interview some of them about the change. You know that?
Springwells has the best little hole-in-the-wall local bars on Springwells. Up and down, there's like 10 of them.
Yeah, where I live,
every time I block is another curse to my life. Don, is that what you said? Let me just tell you something, Don. I didn't block anybody. I removed. Put her in timeout. I'm so sorry. But I don't even know why you would come in here and say something like that.
What do you say?
Just another immature.
Every time you block is another curse to your life.
Just another immature adult.
What was it that fucking Don Corleone would say?
Angie's here.
Oh, hey, Angie. He did say that. Oh, you could block him. He can go fuck himself.
Secular.
Hey.
You ever been in Charlie?
Every time he bothers me, he gets another horse's head in his bed.
No, I haven't.
You ever go to Casey's right on Dixon Central, that little Irish bar?
I've seen it. I've drove by it a million times.
Right by Central Tower.
Right.
Yeah, I know where it's at.
That's used to be a cool bar when I used to drink. I haven't been there in forever.
Did you read Tiger's comment? Read that I just pinned on here. That's insane for you to say that, Tiger. We're not supposed to have the right to walk down the street as opposed to expecting people to act correct. You agree with that, you guys?
Say it
Well,
again. I'm
I'm not even
challenging now.
reading chat. I'll see. Let's see.
It says, I agree. Anybody,
I
no
agree.
matter
Anybody,
man or
no matter,
woman, should have
should
the
have
right
the
to
right
walk
to walk down the
down the
street any
street
time of
any
the night.
time of the day. But unfortunately, there's thugs out
I
there.
beat some ass. I see it.
Yeah, you're right, Tiger.
Does he mean like something different? Like, am I reading it wrong?
Yeah, we got to quit victim blaming, is what we got to. I think is what he's saying.
Exactly.
Be able to go where you want.
I hate that shit.
What do you mean about Dearborn being a no-go zone, Juana? Dearborn is completely safe and fine, whether
Yeah,
you're
it
in
is.
east or west.
Yeah, I lived there for a couple of years. My daughter's mother is from Dearborn. She moved to here from Lebanon when she was 10.
The Middle East part of Dearborn, they're actually more
Change
friendly
around.
than
Check
the
that
people in
change
West
around.
Dearborn.
You're right about that, MM. You are totally right about the hospitality.
I used to run my own lawn business, and I had a lot of customers in East Dearborn, and they were the most friendly, welcoming
I'll
people.
tell you
Yeah,
what.
they
I'll
probably
tell you
welcome
what.
you with tea and nuts and
I'll tell you.
Yeah.
I noticed my, like I don't live in any, great area, or it's not a bad area, but every time I go, go out, I can see something in my town or in people. Like even if it's not in my town, just in someone in their smile at a red light, or them looking at my dog and be like,
I think
some kind of a interaction with somebody, or right up here at the corner, there's it's speculative. He was just kidding. Just don't say that stuff.
I think
Secular.
white
You're
trashy
getting
people
people
are
pissed,
the
and
worst
you're like trying
people out
to
of all
antagonize,
people.
and just stop it. Okay, I
I'm
already
just
asked
joking
you.
around.
I know you're joking around, but they're not taking it as joking. So
Okay.
whatever. So just make it easy for me.
I'm lost. I don't even know what's going on. Yeah.
So anyway, so this convenience store, right? And it's Indian people, so nice, so nice. But
Always,
also, like,
yeah.
on the flip side, there's a little common in between, like across the street from it, like a common with the grass and a little pavilion and stuff. And during the day, there'll always be this old guy, and you can tell he's a little, mentally challenged, I guess you want to say, or I don't know how you put it, but he's nice. He's not, anybody who can't take care of himself. He wears his suspenders. His name's Bunny, and he waves at the cars when they stop at the red light. He just waves at them. He thinks it's like his little welcoming thing. He doesn't do it all day. He just does it for a little while, So
Right.
it's right across from that convenience store, and they had this big white wall. So they painted a mural for him, so that instead of people like pulling up to the red light and thinking to themselves, God, who the hell is this weirdo waving at us, right? They look right on the other side, and here's this big, huge mural of him, waving, and it says Bunny, so it kind of makes him like a little celebrity.
That's a feel-good story. I want to
Isn't
share
it?
some.
It gave me goosebumps because it is three of them, and they're Indian, and so
I'm
there's
here.
diversity.
Yeah. Right. I want to say something. My car broke down in Michigan and Greenfield about 10 years ago, and I literally a dozen different people stopped. They were all like foreigners, immigrants, and
Right.
they stopped. Do you need help? That kind of reminded me when I was a kid growing up in smaller towns. People in small towns, they probably don't do it now, but used to stop. Like I remember my car breaking down once, and I no more than jumped out of the car. A guy in a truck pulled up. He didn't think twice about stopping. I jumped right in the truck. See, other than living in Flint for 3 years growing up, I live in a city now, but I grew up in smaller towns. And Dearborn reminds me of the small towns I grew up in. Like the Arabic people, a lot of them are very hospitable and welcoming.
Oh, very nice. I mean, people are nice. They really are. And if you like, that saying, what is it? You get back what you put out. And
right.
And there's so many times I'll pull up to a red light, and a lot of times I forget I have a convertible. So,
plus, they got the best food.
Absolutely. The best service and the best food. You go into an Arabic restaurant.
Chicken shawarma. I could eat chicken shawarmas for days.
I don't know who Mackenzie is.
We'll eat at Cedarland, MM, on Warren Avenue.
No, I am usually go to Lapita.
I know where
I
that's
don't
at.
know. I had today was a tacos from Taco Truck. From
You want
Taco
to
Truck.
taco? Those are the best tacos in the truck.
They even had little buzzers, the little buzzers to tell you your food's ready. Because, that's how many people were waiting around, I mean, they're like, they're kicking it. But I said no cilantro. I don't like cilantro. I think it's very overpowering.
Survivor Grill. When you have guests over, do you offer them hospitality? Do you offer them drinks and something to
No,
snack on?
I don't even offer anybody in the house.
We've gotten rude here. Americans have gotten really
I
selfish
don't
and
like people.
narcissistic.
I always feel like people are out of place in my house. I'm like, why are they here? They're so tall.
Secular,
You know
what's
what I
your
mean?
favorite
Like they're
taco
really
truck?
not, but I'm just like, why are you here? You know,
Would you ask me, MM? I got up for a
What
minute.
What's your favorite taco truck in the Southwest?
Oh man, I've only been to a couple of
I
them.
want to tacos.
One that's
Well,
parked
if you
in
guys
front of
keep talking,
the one that's
I'm
parked
gonna
in
get
front of Telway all the time is pretty good.
Okay,
I've
Martin
eaten
and
at a couple of them, but that's so far that's the best one I've had.
there's
Yeah,
one
Martin.
on Toledo right off of Livernois. If you're ever around, try that one. That's my favorite one by
I've
far.
seen that one. I think I've
It's
seen
right
it.
by those two pot shops, Southwest Dank or whatever.
Right. Yeah, I've seen that one.
You take a right on Toledo off of Livernois if you're heading north.
Right. I hope I'm not out of line here or making anybody tempted or anything like that, but there is a Michigan and Otis, and that's easy to peep out. There is like the hottest dope house in town, man. I've seen people, there's an alleyway behind it.
North on Livernois, you pick up that.
Otis and Livernois, they're always walking out of the alley, big groups of people. It's like steady traffic.
And if you're going north,
The dope house. I was talking about the dope house. I can spot them a mile away.
we're going north on Livernois.
You ever been to a dope house, SG?
no.
What's that? Secular? I've been to thousands of them.
You ever
There's-
remember that song, Alley Cat? And when you were in school, you go dun 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 dun, and then you would clap and you'd jump and turn. Remember that? Just to get you guys off the subject of dope houses, I don't know. Just
Yeah,
thought
well,
I'd throw it.
alleys. No, I don't. I'm lost.
You never did the Alley Cat in school?
Michigan and Otis, man, there's an alley that people go to behind it, and they're like big
Oh, yeah,
groups.
it is.
It's nonstop traffic. They must have some good stuff. If I ever relapse after 20 some years, that's where I'm going to go.
Who did?
Hey, is it that big giant white house?
I don't know that it's what color it is. It's a
That house
Michigan.
is that
Michigan
going
and Otis.
weird.
They
I
don't
see-
know. You
I
don't
seen
even
one of
know.
the chosen one girls being propped up. Somebody was holding her up. She was fucked up. Yeah, I think there's like a steady stream. From what they tell me, that's the hot best in town right now.
You know what, though? I mean, come on. What's up with oh, thank you, Mark. You remember the Alley Cat, right?
The
Oh my
alley.
Yeah, no, I'm talking to Mark. He's nice. He's nice. He's not. He cracks me up. He gets on camera and he puts his eye right up to the camera. He goes, "Did you guys see me?" With his eye right there. It reminds me of fucking Kramer when he turned his peephole around. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
Yeah, whatever. Don't you? Wish your girlfriend was hot like me.
You're on the 80s kick tonight.
That's not 80s. It's not. What was your favorite commercial when you were growing up?
Huh?
Huh?
Oh, there's so many of them, man. So we can go on YouTube and watch them all now.
I know.
Remember that one? I'd like to make the world.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that one. What was that one for? Oh, Coca-Cola, right? Wasn't it?
Yep.
That's a great commercial. I'd like to make the. Oh, wait, what is it? I'd like to. What is it? How's it go?
Make the world. It's
No,
kind
I'd
of
like to
one of those.
the world to sing in perfect
Perfect
harmony.
harmony, yeah.
Perfect harmony.
Ah, the memories.
I know. And and you could tell too in the change of music, like joy to the world, all the boys and girls, joy to the deep blue. And you know what the thing is though? During that time in the 70s, they were polluting so much shit. It was unbelievable. So much shit. Polluting, polluting, polluting. World to sing. I would like to teach the world to sing in perfect harmony. Thank you, Tiger.
Yeah.
No, don't sing
That's
that
it.
communist song. Why is it a communist song, Juan Doses?
It's a kumbaya.
Freaking Juan in Michigan was going on great. I'm telling you
We're
right
all
now.
comrades. We're comrades here. We're all being exploited by the man. The man's keeping us all down.
Basically,
I think
that's
so.
that's why I don't use
Honestly,
men.
God. I honestly do. And
I
I'm not
keep
going to
all
lie to you, and I
cash
know
and
you guys have heard this before, but I couldn't believe, like, even the person who worked at disability was like, his own father had, got cancer and had died from it. But he said he just couldn't believe that his father had only collected disability for 2 months and then he was dead. Because when, you apply for disability, this is with cancer, not with everything, but in with cancer, they say you've got to wait. There's a 5 month waiting period. Now they don't tell you that. So there's a 5 months waiting period. So in the first part, you're gonna get denied, right? And then you fight it because they say you get denied because you have to be stage 4 or terminal. And terminal. I'm sorry, stage 4 and terminal. Okay, in order to get the disability that you
What
put
state?
into the
What state is that?
everywhere. That's a government program. That's federal. Everywhere, everywhere. I know someone whose mother worked for the government, and that guy, he works for the government. His father, same thing. He said, it breaks my heart because what they'll say is, oh, 5 months? Okay, so I'll keep working then while as much as I can until, the 5 months is up. And he says, it breaks his heart when he has to say to them, no, it's not 5 months from when you stop working. I'm sorry, it's not 5 months from when you apply. It's 5 months from when you stop working. So for 5 months, they expect somebody fighting cancer and on chemo to freaking be broke.
Yeah.
By the end of 5 months with nothing coming in, could you imagine that people must be homeless because of getting cancer and we don't even know that? You could lose everything in 5 months.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
That's awful. What do
You can
you
game
do?
everything too.
Gotcha.
Oh, you just gotta be slick. Hit a few licks. No, I'm kidding.
Licks, get a few licks. How many licks does it take to get to the center of a Tootsie Pop?
And when you hit those licks, you got to quit while you're ahead and insulate yourself. Yeah, I remember
absolutely.
that cartoon as well. How many licks? There was that owl that was licking the Tootsie Roll.
I'm gonna write that down. Leslie Allen Williams.
Yeah, speaking of insurance, I remember when I came into the workplace back in the 80s, it was like broad coverage, everything, 100%. You didn't pay anything out of the paycheck. There was no deductibles or copays. If you got designer frames, you had to pay part of it, but it was like it covered 95% of your medical, dental, optical. The employer took care of it. The employer took care of your pension.
Yeah.
Yeah, but a lot of those pension plans disappeared. They gambled with basically places.
Well, now they still contribute to your 401. Like where I work, they contribute to the 401k that I got, but
or all our rent pay
my
away
daughter,
from. That's very true.
gets.
Yes, back. I wrote it down. Leslie Allen Williams. Do you mind saying what state? That's the second person who said.
Go to bed.
Yes, also said. Well, it seems that there's a couple of people, in the live stream that have lived close to. Is that a serial killer as well, Juan? I'm just saying. There's a couple of people like in the live stream that are naming some serial killers.
We've probably, all of us have probably encountered a killer at some point in our life.
Oh, I know.
I have like,
Nothing worse than knowing that there's a killer in your town that hasn't been caught.
I've had childhood friends that do life. They're doing life now. A female, a couple of them went in for second-degree murder. They got out, but I knew quite a few people that went for that.
Have you two heard of Leslie Allen Williams?
Yes, he was from Michigan. He killed a young boy.
No, wait a minute. I do see it, Lulu. Lulu, I see you. Is she there?
Yeah, she's there. Don't go, Lulu.
Don't go. Hold on. I'll take care of that right now, Lulu.
We see you.
Did she leave? I see her.
We see you. Peekaboo. We see you.
She's got to say something. I'm going to go and make her a Lulu, are you still here? Lulu.
Lulu.
Oh, where is she?
I don't think
Bigger
someone's getting
daughter?
railed.
What was that? Hold on, give me a. Oh, really?
Yeah, I
I'll
remember.
go out. I'm gonna take care of it right now. Anyway, Lulu, just stay right there, please. Is your daughter singing?
Yeah, I'm gonna put her to bed. She's starting to irritate me. Hold on.
Hey, I'm sure you're irritating her.
You guys too. She's going.
Just kidding. Just kidding. Yeah. So, Michigan, have you heard of that killer that Throwback is talking about?
Yeah, I gotta go.
No,
Baby, let's go to bed. Come on.
sure haven't. What's up?
Sure, I'll mute him. If you want. Okay, I'll mute him, I guess. Okay.
Stop it.
Oh, okay, let me mute him. I'll do it. Woo.
You just missed the.
I just muted
I
it.
said
I didn't.
no. No, I'm just
Yeah, I
kidding.
didn't. Lulu, can you type again? Where is she? Lulu. Remember that time I was
Lulu.
yelling at my cat and I'm going, get out of here, Lulu. Get out of here, Lulu. But I was talking to my cat and fucking Lulu probably thought I was home. Good thing there's nobody named Tucker or Oscar. Oh, Melon ripped earphone. Oh, if somebody, oh my God, earphone users. Well, I know, right? Now I don't even know when he's back because I muted him. I asked him to mute himself. Is he still yelling? Are you still there?
Who, me?
Yes. Okay. I muted your microphone. I just didn't know because like Wando is like LMAO rip earphone user. I'm abusing that child. He's only kidding. He doesn't mean that. Don't say that. Come on now. I'm gonna put him in timeout for that. Settle down. You can't have anybody fucking spreading rumors like that. You weren't, were you, second? No, I'm just kidding. I'm sorry.
I've turned over a new leaf. I've turned over a new
How
leaf.
many is that now? No, sir, I'm only kidding. I'm pretty witty. Go ahead.
I know you are. You're snappy. You always have a snappy comeback.
The bartender's curse.
You're right.
Right. Go ahead. You said you're turning over a new leaf. Can you tell us about it?
Huh?
That's it. That's all you got to say. I'm turning over a new leaf. That could mean you're going to be a serial killer or something.
Yeah.
I mean, like that could mean anything. I'm going to start doing this. We want to know about this leaf.
It means I'm going to be more serious on YouTube.
You are serious.
I'm going to be serious all the time.
You certainly don't laugh enough. Secular, a new leaf. Yeah. No. You're good, Lulu. A new leaf. So go ahead, you guys. Tell me about this Leslie Allen Williams in Detroit. Tell me.
If I remember correctly, he got a couple of young boys. He killed a couple of boys, I think. He got them drunk and killed them.
Did he really?
I think, yeah.
Wow. I always wonder about, when somebody will get kidnapped, right? And then they like end up out in public with the people. I get it that they could be scared that, okay. But I've always thought like if ever I was carjacked, I would crash the car right then and there.
Right.
Because I'm just saying, I'm gonna crash the fucking car. I'm not gonna drive where you want me to go. Well, obviously, it's busy. That's why I always lock my door, though. Girls he had killed. Oh, really? Did they identify all of them? You guys? Either one of you?
What? I'm sorry.
Do you want me to look him up? I'll look him up. Let's
Oh
see.
yeah. Gross.
I was playing blackjack. Mm-hmm.
Oh, nice.
Are you ahead? You better quit while you're ahead.
I'm
I
looking
just
up.
won a big hand and I'm taking a break.
Cool.
You
Do you
did.
win money for it?
Well, I played 3 hands, $20 a piece,
Get out.
and they busted. I won, but I lost the 2 hands before that, so I'm up a little.
$20.
Oh, like 32 for that 3 bets. Ain't much,
Nice.
but
No.
I don't bet big on blackjack.
I like the
just
horse races.
Yeah, that's fun. I do that often at work.
That's the most exciting 2 minutes in sports, I'm telling you. It really is. What an ugly bastard this guy is, huh?
Michigan Made, are you able to play cards? Can you have a good time playing cards without
Dude,
gambling?
I don't. Probably not.
No.
I don't even know how to play euchre.
I haven't played bingo in years. You ever play bingo? Remember bingo?
Yeah, there's gambling involved. I know bingo.
All right, so you guys want to hear this?
Have at it.
All right. So this is from 92, May 31st, 1992. Michigan Parole Board assailed after killing. The confession of a 38-year-old paroled rapist, and the abductions and slayings of 4 teenage girls in the southeastern Michigan has touched off a flood of criticism of the state's criminal justice system. Oh, really? Yeah, particularly the parole board. The parolee, Leslie Allen Williams of Detroit, was arrested Sunday, the police said, after abducting a 35-year-old woman whom he threatened to rape and kill. After the arrest, the police said Mr. Williams confessed to a series of sexual attacks and said he had kidnapped and killed 4 teenagers, leading officials to their shallow graves in rural Oakland and Genesee counties. Where are they?
Those are both north of Detroit.
Yeah.
Both in northwest of Detroit. 3 of the teenagers, Cami Villanova, 18, and sisters Melissa and Michelle Urban. Could you imagine those 14 and 16 had been missing since last fall. The 4th girl, 15-year-old Cynthia Marie Jones, disappeared in January. Mr. Williams was arraigned Friday for 2 of those slayings. Leslie Allen Williams represents the failure of this entire criminal justice system, particularly the parole system, said John Nichols, the sheriff of Oakland County. Leslie Allen Williams never should have been on the street. 4 young ladies are dead because of that. That Mr. Williams has bounced in and out of prisons over the last 20 years prompted legislators and law enforcement officials this week to call for an overhaul of Michigan's parole system. People like this should not be cycled through the system in and out, prey on other people on the outside. And that is true.
Yeah,
Over
there
the
seems
years,
to be a cycle of that.
yeah,
Of people that getting paroled, they shouldn't be, or getting out, they shouldn't be out, or getting out on bond.
absolutely. Well, look at, I believe like there was a certain number of like actual, first degree murderers that were let out because of COVID.
Yeah.
Yeah. Says, over the years, Mr. Williams has received numerous breaks from the justice system, getting relatively light sentences or early paroles after guilty pleas on various charges of breaking and entering, rape, and assault since 1971. Wow. That's ironic because that was when I said Eileen Wars would have been, raped and had her baby. She was violently raped. His last son now, and it's ironic too that it's the same area that she grew up in, that he happened to be around in. That's crazy. His last sentencing was in 1983 when he threatened and abducted a woman, releasing her unharmed. Mr. Williams was sentenced to concurrent terms of 5 to 10 years. Of 5 to 10 years in prison for the assault, and 7 to 30 years under the state's habitual offender law. He served 7. Oh my God. He was paroled in 1990. Michigan's seven-member parole board is appointed by the state's corrections director. The members' salaries range from $63,000 to $68,000, and that was in '92. That's pretty good there. In 1990, the board considered more than 11,000 cases and paroled 8,888 offenders. About 20% of those paroled end up back in prison after new arrest, and another 20% return because of parole violations. Well, isn't getting arrested a parole violation?
Yes.
I think, right? They said his history of parole is typical. The parole board represents the bureaucratic interests of emptying beds, and not one of them represents the public safety interest. That's true.
No.
Mm-hmm.
I
That's
found
why.
right. Go ahead.
Huh?
Found as I'm getting older, I got more of a law and order mentality, a more tough on crime.
I don't even think that they should have, kept him alive. I mean, I'm not trying to sound funny or anything, but I really think that people like that should automatically be gone.
Yeah, some of them need to be gone. But they should. The serial killers, like I said before, I think should be at least studied for a long time.
Well, they have. I mean, really. Where's Buno Road in Milford, Michigan?
I don't know the road, but I know Milford fairly well.
That's where it was. Oh, that's creepy, man.
Yeah, I remember that now. I remember it being on the news.
About that guy?
Yeah.
And it being around there, yeah. And fucking, he was like going through cemeteries with that. Williams, that's the guy, 38, is a haunted man who stalked girls, walked through cemeteries talking to tombstones, and I do that, and visited his victims' crudely dug graves for months after killing them. Wow. He's serving multiple life sentences for his crimes. The perpetrator was serial killing rampage. So the two sisters who were 14 and 16 were walking on a quiet rural road northwest of Detroit, where they were raped and murdered. A third one, Tammy Marie, also vanished. His inhumane crimes include the abduction and rape and killing of teenage girls. He's said to have dumped at least one of his victims along the now supposedly East Buno Road and Childs Lake in Milford Township.
Lucas.
Do you know any of them?
Yeah, I know all those cities.
Yeah, Milford would have been a lot more rural back then. It's probably built up more now, but
yeah,
you
like
go there.
Milford was like the first destination for like the suburbanites that wanted to live in country.
Yeah.
But have you heard of Child Lake Road?
What's Walled Lake?
Yeah.
Child Lake.
Oh, I don't know. Yeah. In Oakland County, there's tons and tons of roads named after lakes because there's literally like 40% of all the lakes in Michigan, which there's over 11,000, are in Oakland County.
Wow. I'm sorry if I can't see the chat right. I can't see the live stream because I'm not like out in the thing. But
I'm working the chat.
Every other block in Oakland
you better
County.
Be being good in there. Listen to me, Pink. If he's not, remove his comments.
I'm behaving myself. What are you, my mother now? Leave me alone.
All right, then. So this one here is, okay, these are murderers of Michigan. Donald Murphy, an ex-con, Donald Murphy was convicted in 2 cases out of the 18 women. 11 of those who worked as prostitutes, and they were killed in 1980 under similar circumstances. He later confessed to 4 other killings. Victor Malone, found guilty of the first-degree murder of a prostitute in Southfield,
Southfield is just north of 8 Mile, so it's literally the next city after Detroit. It's the wealthier African Americans
That's
city.
right. It's an
Basically, all the
African.
African Americans who want out of Detroit that are wealthy, they go to Southfield.
Yeah, it's a middle class black
Would it
area.
have been like that in
Jewish.
1986?
Not as much, but it
Would have
was
been more
still
Jewish.
nicer than Detroit.
Yeah, it would have been more Jewish in '86, but with still a lot of blacks.
But it's
Well, it
literally
says
five
it was a
minutes from
prostitute
Detroit,
in
if that.
Southfield. So I'm wondering, like, do they have a section where there's prostitutes?
Well,
I
8
mean,
Mile Road, probably 8 Mile. 8 Mile used to have a lot of prostitutes, a lot more than there are now. 8 Mile
Mm.
was a prostitute strip back in the '80s and the early '90s. Massage parlors, peep shows, and prostitutes.
Hmm. Okay, so this is Benjamin Atkins, also
Highland
known as
Park.
the Woodward Corridor Killer. Have you ever heard of that?
Yep, I remember him. He had AIDS, and he hated his mother was a prostitute. And he when he was being interviewed, he told the police that they were bitches and whores.
what section do they consider the corridor in Woodward?
It says the women in Detroit and Highland Park.
Yeah, the
Okay,
Woodward.
that's over kind of by now. It would be considered Midtown.
No, no, he was. I think he was picking them up around. Well, maybe, but Woodward on mid. It did have prostitutes back in the early '90s in Midtown.
It still does by Woodward and like 7 and 8 Mile. They still do.
Oh yeah, there is. You're right, but I think Benjamin Atkins was basically getting women in Highland Park.
Okay, makes sense.
That's so crazy too. Like, he had AIDS and like, did he rape them too? It says he was convicted in the deaths of 11 women in Detroit and Highland Park in the 1990s. Many of the victims were in the sex trade.
Well, Highland Park's government and police and everything is worse than Detroit. They're completely broke and have been since the 90s. So they don't have street lights. They don't have much. They don't even have electricity. They can't pay for anything.
Really? Right.
Wow. They used to have a nice high school. They took the high school down there.
Yeah, I played against them in football in high school. It was up until 2005, and then they tore it.
Right. I used to run the track there, and I used to go to Powerhouse Gym and get food from a delicatessen.
But
and
they refused to join Detroit for some reason. I mean, they'd get better services for city like services, but they won't do it.
Yeah, Highland Park used to be real seedy. They had all the girly shows, and stuff like that. But I used to run that track literally the next street over. I used to get my Get High stuff.
Yeah, I remember because on the away bleachers, the houses behind the bleachers, it was like hood. Like your football field was right next to the hood, the houses.
And it used to feel really good because I'd be running that track after working out at Powerhouse, and where I used to go is like I beat it, and it's like, but they had a really nice track there.
Yeah. But yeah, that makes sense about Highland Park, Survivor Girl.
Weird, because you don't see a lot of serial killers that are, African American, but it seems like
that's not true.
No. But we do, but not as many as what. I'm sorry, but I guess maybe that's in the meat. Who knows?
That's not true.
So here, though, in Detroit, it seems like a lot of them are African American because Ben Atkins. One of his calling cards was leaving a sock in his victim's mouth. He died of AIDS complications in 1997. Shelley Brooks, he is believed to have killed 7 prostitutes between 2001 and 2006 in Detroit and Highland Park. He was convicted in 2 of the cases and is serving life in prison without parole. This guy, I remember reading about this one. He looks like, he actually kind of looks like the actor that used to be on Night Court, the bailiff guy. Or the secretary, whatever he was, Carl Eugene Watts.
Yep, I remember him too. There was that
Sunday morning slasher,
the Atlanta child killer.
Remember but we're doing Detroit.
He was killing. He killed boys. He killed young.
Yeah, we're in Detroit first. Okay, yeah, they consider the Woodward Corridor is considered neighborhoods the North End. They call it.
Right.
Oh,
So
are you
that's the
looking
name.
stuff up too? That's cool.
The north end is located in the Woodward Corridor, a densely populated region along Woodward Avenue that stretches from downtown to suburb of Pontiac.
That used to be a heavy crack area. That was a Jewish neighborhood. When you hear the Purple Gang, a lot of them, they didn't come up around there, but they moved up in that area. There was a lot of history there involving Jewish gangsters in that neighborhood.
I'm a little younger, but did you ever hang out at the Kaz corridor when it was rough?
Yes, I did. I didn't really hang out, but I drove
I was
through it.
too young. By the time I started going downtown, it started changing.
Yeah, it's real gentrified and college, a lot of college kids now, a lot of hip and trendy clubs, but it was
But I
real.
heard in like the 80s, early 90s, it was kind of like a Kensington, like a little mini, like open air drug market.
It was seedy, real seedy. Lots of hookers, lots of cheap motels.
Have you ever heard of Anthony Guy Walker?
No. Fill me in.
This one says Anthony Guy Walker, who was already in prison for a rape conviction, was charged in the 1979 cold case murders of Teresa Carey, Yolanda Madison, and Floyd Beatty. As part of the plea deal in the case, he admitted to 2 other murders, Arlene Salcido in 1975 and Daniel Staggs, who Walker arranged to have killed in prison in 1986. I mean, that sounds really interesting. Can you look him up, Anthony Guy Walker?
Yeah.
I mean, I would think you'd have to have like some kind of pull to be able to arrange a murder from. And it sounds like, what kind of a video did he get? You know, I mean, he may not have even killed those girls.
True.
A lot of these guys, I really honestly think that sometimes they just want people to say they did stuff so they look like they, you know.
Yeah, as long as they can close the case, they get credit for it. And
Yeah. That's what I really think. Did you look it up?
yeah, I'm about to hit send right now. I just typed the name in.
Sometimes,
yeah, that Coral Watch guy, they almost let him out.
Sometimes different police agencies will like squabble over investigations too. There's jurisdictional.
Anthony Guy Walker is an American criminal serial killer responsible for murders of 6 people in Lenawee County between 75 and 86.
Yeah, he doesn't sound real familiar.
He looks like he could be biracial. He has a white mother and a black father.
Where's the place where he lives?
He's from Adrian, Michigan, it says. He's currently serving life in prison in Michigan.
Yeah,
he's imprisoned he's in Iona, Michigan Reformatory in level 5.
Look up that Coral Watch because his case is pretty interesting. Like, he had gotten some kind of like an immunity deal and for a dozen of the murders, and I don't know why they thought, possibly.
They called him the Sunday morning slasher.
Yeah, do you see that? Isn't that crazy?
He died in Jackson, Michigan in 2007.
He killed
14 suspects. He's said to have killed 100, it says.
Doesn't that make you wonder?
He was charged with 14, and he says he was charged with 14 and is suspected to have killed up to 100. That's insane.
Isn't it? Now, where does it say he was? I know, like, it was, around Michigan, but only in Michigan, or was he like traveling across the country killing 100 people, or what?
I'm looking right now.
They almost let him out. If he didn't die of cancer, he'd be free.
Do you remember Otis O'Toole and Henry Lee Lucas?
Yep. I watched an interview with Otis.
Yeah, they were a team. They were a team.
Mm-hmm. 2 gross people, man.
No, mainly Detroit, and they say he may have crossed into Windsor, Canada numerous times, attacking women.
Really?
His DNA was found on a survivor in Windsor, Canada.
Is that anywhere near that Highway 16, I wonder? We might have just solved the crime.
Just Google
Oh
it.
wow. Let's see.
You know that Highway of Tears? I mean, he could have been the guy that was traveling.
He's charged with the disappearance of Nadine Jean Odell, who disappeared at 16 in 1974 from Inkster, Michigan, John Daly Street. That's right by Sharon.
Right by where?
Shady Sharon.
Oh, yeah.
He's in charge of this girl's disappearance in 74. She was never found. Right from Inkster.
I wonder if, half the time I think when they find these Jane Does and they don't ever try to solve who they are, there's
It said
somebody.
it took him 8 years to discover he was a serial killer. He had
How?
killed. It says between 74 and 82, despite many of women he murdered, he was not discovered as a serial killer for almost 8 more years.
Oh my God.
Oh, it says the reasons why was he attacked several different jurisdictions and in different states. And if it wasn't for DNA testing, it was nearly impossible to connect them because he rarely performed sexual acts, so he had no sexual DNA on his victims.
So it was just must have been maybe a hair or something. So I wonder why he was killing her.
So he spent a year in prison for attacking a woman in 75, and then after he got out from that is when he went on his spree.
He probably had killed more too, I bet you. Even before. I wonder is there a Wikipedia that talks about his early life and his upbringing?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, he's interesting. They almost let him out. Can you believe it?
He got caught breaking into an apartment in Houston, Texas in 1982 and was choking someone unconscious, and the cops busted in, it says.
I wonder why.
So he lived in Michigan till 81, and then he fled from 81 to 82 and made it to Texas, and who knows how many he could have killed between
On the way, yeah. And that was when
prison
was prevalent.
Watts claimed that he's killed 40 women and has implied that there are more than 80 victims in total. He would not confess outright to having committed the murders, however, because he did not want to be seen as a mass murderer. Watts is considered a suspect in 90 unsolved murders. Wow.
Oh, wow. Can you see where Windsor, Canada is near? Is that near
Windsor is literally over the Detroit River. It's 5 minutes from Detroit.
Oh, it is, isn't it?
Cross the Ambassador Bridge from Detroit and you're in Windsor. It's 3 miles, 4 miles.
Oh, man. How could he keep crossing the border? Do you have to have a passport?
Not back in the 80s, 70s. They didn't care at all. You could just show an ID or driver's license. And only the driver of the car had to show ID for until 9/11. Then after that, it started getting more difficult.
What's it say about his upbringing, his early life when he was a little kid?
That says, right here is his early life.
He had an abusive mother. He hated his mother.
Did it say that?
No, it says during his adolescence, he began to stalk girls in middle school and junior high, and may have believed to have killed his first victim before the age of 15.
Oh my God.
In 1969, Watts was arrested for sexually assaulting a 26-year-old woman. When he was tried, he was sentenced to a mental hospital and later released in a year. Because he claimed mental retardation because his IQ was 64.
Oh, unbelievable. And then on the flip side, you got Ed Kemper, who killed his grandparents, right? Both his grandparents when he was 15, and he had an IQ of 145. He was considered to be a genius, and he just wanted to see how it felt to kill someone, and he only did till he was 21, and they let him out. And his mother, he was 6'9", 6'9". And his mother pleaded, said, please, the guy killed my parent, come on, can you not let him out because he's going to come here? and he sure as shit did. And then he went to the police academy and couldn't, you know why they failed him and didn't let him be, after going through the whole academy, they're the ones who taught him how to use a gun and everything and how to pull the perfect, all that. And the reason why they wouldn't let him be a cop, and this is after him killing his grandparents, okay? Because he was too big. Not because he killed his grandparents. Like, they literally taught a killer how to, be. And so he would actually, like, he was friends with the cops. He'd hang out at the cop bars. They knew him and everything. And in the end, he ended up killing a lot of girls and killing his own mother. He cut her head off. And freaking, this woman's freaking pleading. If you let him out, he's going to kill me. And he does. So what does it say about his, keep going on about his early life, if you don't mind? I think it's really interesting.
I just gotta click it back over. It says he was when he was released from the thing in '69, and then when he was 20 years old in '74, he started kidnapping victims from their homes, torturing them, and murdering. October 30th, 1974, Watts tortured and brutally murdered 20-year-old Gloria Street. She was found with 33 stab wounds.
Was this in Michigan?
Yep. And then after that was when he kidnapped Nadine Odell from Inkster, who was 16, in 1974. His victims ranged between 14 and 44 years of age, using methods such as strangulation, stabbing, and drowning.
Oh my God.
That's all it says about his youth, and then it goes right into his arrest.
Does it say anything about him almost being released when he was being granted immunity right before he died in like 2006? He was almost granted immunity. Well, he was granted immunity.
In 2007, closing arguments concluded the following day. The jury, he was in 2004. He had a hearing, and moves to treat the murder on the Western. He killed someone on Western University's campus. Before 2004, law enforcement officials asked the trial judge to allow the Texas confessions into the evidence, which he agreed. Oh, there's all kinds of shit about him. The Michigan trial. Okay. In 2006, it says that he could have been released as early as 2006. But the law was abolished after public outcry.
Thank God, right?
That's what you said.
And then suspiciously, before he could, appeal or anything, he dies. Really, thank God, though, right?
Yeah, it says he died of prostate cancer in 2007.
Yeah, good thing, right? And here's the thing: even if he wasn't going to be getting out, the taxpayers would have had to pay for his treatment during his prostate cancer. And we pay to house them and feed them. And I really think that, I feel like a lot of times, though, these private companies, they use them as, factories. You know what I mean?
There's a lot of money to be made in the private prison.
Yeah, they do that. They actually have private prisons that, instead of paying the American people to work in these places, not the prisons, like working for those, like Target and stuff, and they literally, our tax money is paying for them to be fed and everything. And in the meanwhile, these big dollar companies are getting cheap labor and not giving any jobs to the citizens, and the citizens are paying for them to get richer, and in the meantime they're taking jobs.
Great.
Slavery. The reason those serial killers have so many kills is because they have easy pickings with the prostitutes, drug addicted prostitutes.
Yeah, but that's not the thing, though. The thing is that it doesn't matter. I think it's because the police don't really, they don't care about they have that same, theory that it's prostitutes, and they don't, try to freaking solve the case.
Yeah, because they're not, they're marginalized people. They're not a part of mainstream society. They're seen as throwaway people.
Right. Yeah, throwaway people. But there's somebody's child that could have been, trafficked.
Well, there's a guy on Michigan Avenue that's beating the mess out of women. He's back out on the streets again. I met him. He's crazy. He's a black guy. They call him Bernie Mac. He's
Oh, really?
allegedly doing it, but I don't know. There was a serial killer on the loose on Michigan Avenue back in the 2000s.
What about the one from Garden City, the Arabic guy they caught within the last few years?
I don't
He,
I
remember.
didn't know that.
they tied him to like 10 of the girls being found. And,
Really?
yeah, just recently. He was from Garden City. He was a Middle Eastern guy.
Huh.
I didn't hear about that. I mean,
They
there
charged
just
him
seems
with,
like there's so many
They
in
charged him
Detroit.
with like 7 or 8 of the girls that went missing. A lot of the ones that are talked about on YouTube about certain person. It's
Yeah, I feel
that
like
other
there's
dude's been
a
the other
super
dude.
amount.
There's already someone that's been charged with all of those. You can Google it. You just Google Garden City man accused
Well,
of serial killing street workers, and he's locked up now. He's young, in like 30s, I think.
This one here is Keith, Michigan. This was from he he was the co-ed killer, the Michigan murder, the Ypsilanti Ripper. What's Ypsilanti? Is that a place? You there?
yeah, I'm listening.
Yeah, Ypsilanti is halfway between Detroit and Ann Arbor.
Yeah.
Well, it's
It says
closer to Ann
all
Arbor, but it's west of Detroit.
it says all of the victims of the Michigan murderer were young women between the ages of 13 and 21 who were abducted, raped, beaten, and murdered, typically by
Jeez.
stabbing or strangulation, with their bodies occasionally mutilated after death before being discarded within a 15-mile radius of Washtenaw County. The
That's
perpetrator.
disgusting.
Well, that's what?
That's disgusting. Well, continue.
Yeah. The perpetrator, John Norman Chapman, was then known as John Norman Collins, which that's weird, was arrested 1 week after the final murder. He was sentenced to life imprisonment for his final murder, attributed to the Michigan murder on August 19, 1970, and he is currently incarcerated at Marquette Branch Prison. Although
All right,
never
here.
tried for the remaining, huh?
I'm sorry, I found it. It's more recent than I thought. May 15th, 2020. A Garden City man is facing charges after he allegedly targeted and killed sex workers in southwest Detroit. Lawrence
Ooh.
Paul Mills III is accused of murdering 4 women and assaulting 2 others. Detroit Police Chief Craig James described what Mills did. Investigation determined he would approach his victims for paid sex, engaging the sexual act inside of his vehicle, and then following after the victims would leave the vehicle on foot. He would use his vehicle as a weapon, striking the victims in each of their 4. So he struck 4 of the 5 women with his car. Craig believes
So like
that there's additional,
Monica, right?
and he's urging them to come forward. Craig Mills says he allegedly hit and wounded 34-year-old woman on the 2017, then another one in 2017, and then a 58-year-old woman, all in southwest Detroit.
Wow. Like
I
the
wonder
one
if he's the guy.
One of his victims was found on the railroad tracks off of Jefferson. Yeah, he hit all of his victims with a car.
I wonder if he's the guy that killed Raven and Monica.
Yeah.
I mean, 2020, he's got arrested May 15th, 2020. And they charged him to 5, and they said there's possibly more, striking them all with his vehicle.
Wow.
Lawrence Paul Mills III.
Now,
Well,
who would even think of that? Like, the girl gets out of the car and to hit her.
sometimes the girls get real belligerent and obnoxious, and that sets the guy off sometimes. I'm not
Well,
saying that to condone it, but I'm just saying.
yeah. I mean,
Yeah, there's no condoning. That's just
no, there's not.
disgusting. It says, oh, this site gives a little more detail. It says the first fatal incident occurred October 16th, 2017 in the area of Cypress and Casper at 3 a.m. Mills fatally wounded a pregnant 34-year-old white female with his vehicle. The victim pronounced dead at the scene. A second fatal incident took place December 13th near Campbell and Athon at 3
Oh,
a.m. where
you look like when did Monica die? When did Raven die?
where he struck a 42-year-old white female with his vehicle. How old was Monica?
Probably 42, or Raven could have
Then
been.
his first non-fatal incident took place on March 17, 2017 at 4 a.m. A 48-year-old white female was struck on Michigan Avenue in St. James but survived. Another incident occurred December 22nd, 2017 at 2 a.m. was another non-fatal hit and run, according to police. A 28-year-old Hispanic victim was able to flee the scene of the incident to a apartment building on Campbell. That's Nitty's building.
There was a guy out there panhandling that got hit by a female drug dealer. She hit him with the car because he
They
had
hold
grabbed
on. They
from
said
her.
they said Mills used a late model tan Chevy Trailblazer in each of these instances.
Well, a lot of the girls, a lot of the addicts and panhandlers get abuse from drug dealers too. I know of one
Golden
panhandler,
tan,
huh?
a golden tan Chevy Trailblazer.
Yeah.
What kind of car was it that was trying to mug Chosen One? Wasn't it a truck or something?
I don't know. He got pinned in by something. I'm not sure what. He never mentioned what color the cars or trucks were.
Well, they get
Yeah,
hit by paintballs a lot of times, like the panhandlers and the working girls, people that drive by with like those paint guns and nail them. And, they'll get, if, they try ripping off the dope man. I know the one guy, Eddie's a panhandler out there. He's a street hustler. He got hit with a club in the face because he allegedly ripped off a dope man. Another panhandler, Mike, grabbed some crack from a female drug dealer and took off, and she hit him with the car. He told me he lit up a crack pipe in front of the EMS and the cops, and they let him do it. I believe it. In Detroit. They probably did.
Yeah, I feel like
They get a lot of abuse. Drug addicts cause a lot of, problems. They do a lot of bad stuff, but they get a lot of abuse too from like drug dealers and, random, young kids driving by, insulting them and throwing stuff at them.
Right. I feel like a lot of times maybe even like they get a cut of what's going on, the cops, and they kind of turn a blind eye, maybe.
Yeah, there's a lot of apathy.
There's a lot of the cops that are on dealers' payrolls for sure.
No question about that.
They
no
make,
question.
especially when they were only making 15 an hour 10 years ago.
Yeah.
But you get like not the street dealers, but like the guy that's in charge of the street dealers. They got cops on their payroll for sure.
Yeah.
Because when I used to go down there and score from like 2012 to 2017. I mean, there would be 15, 20 cars lined up on a block, and they would go down and do hand-to-hand from the car window to the people's car window, and cops would drive by all the time and not do a thing.
Right.
Wow.
Yeah, they don't.
Detroit
I'm just going to tell people that are in
the
the
Wayne
live
County
stream.
Sheriff, if there was the all-black Charger County Sheriffs, they would stop, but like the Detroit patrol cars never stopped.
Oh, I read a story about this unit called Stress, right?
Yeah,
It was on the Stress unit.
that was back in the 70s.
Yeah, in the 70s. And man, they were killing some people there. And this cop got, he got his back pay and everything. And he had killed 10 people, just random people. He wasn't dressed as a cop or anything. this one here, right? This guy, the one I was reading about, the older, because he was apprehended in 1969, but this was in Michigan as well. I cannot get over how badly it says. Although never tried, the murder of a 6-year-old killed in California, his death has been linked to the series. But it just makes you think, like, from him going to Michigan to California, how many along the way, too, you know?
Right.
Just like that other guy. The first known victim linked to the Michigan murder was a 19-year-old Eastern Michigan University accounting student. Just in case in the live stream in the chat, if anybody's wondering if I can see the chat, I can't. So if it seems like I'm not responding, I can't see it. So
All right, I found his victim names. The Detroit guy. One of the
go
ladies
ahead.
he hit was named Carol Ann White. Then he hit a lady called Melinda Salazar, and June, the 32-year-old woman, was left there. So yeah, Melinda Salazar, Carol Ann White, and Nika. Maybe that's the Monica go by Nika. Nika,
Maybe.
something I can't pronounce. The last name's a Spanish last name.
Survivor
Nika.
Girl. Survivor
Yeah.
Girl. Drop the link. Sharon V is in the house.
Oh, really?
Yeah, drop the link for her.
Did she ask you to? Did she ask me to?
No, I'm inviting her.
Oh, does she? Is it really her though? Because a couple of times there's been. It's really her. I'll drop the link. Absolutely. Because I'd love to
Yeah.
ask her about
I
if
got
she's
no
scared.
issues with her. I'd
Me
never
neither. I'd love
talk
to
to
ask
her,
her if
but I
she's
don't
scared
have nothing
about the
against
stuff
her.
that what we're talking about, and her being in that vulnerable position. Has she ever had any kind of close calls? I mean,
Yeah. I mean,
yeah. Or if she thinks that what you're talking about,
well, she just had a live, I thought, or talked about her next door neighbor just got stabbed the other day.
yeah, she did.
Well,
And
you
she
know, I
said
tell you what, I've had a lot of close calls with psychotic women, to be honest with you.
Yeah, but I was psychotic man too. I mean, look at her. Come on,
Well,
you never know what people might do. Is that her? Is she saying anything else? Because I will if she wants to come up. I mean, I find that totally interesting.
you're right, it might not be her. There's no telling. It could
Yeah,
be
because
Nora,
they
it
usually
could be
come in, they
Holly.
say one thing, and then she did what? Make a
I'll
comment.
know. I'll be able to know it's her. I'll ask her a question about her by her house, and only she would know.
Yeah, but I don't want.
Me and
it's
Sharon
gonna
are
be
going
like
to get together and have a botana together.
Because
I don't
I
want to
know
be
the
able to
area well, so I mean, if she can't answer something like that, then it's a fake.
Yeah. So, okay, so check this. So, the student, right, was last seen alive on July 9th, 1967. Somebody got their YouTube going or something? Okay. By a neighbor walking towards her apartment, Ypsilanti apartment. This neighbor twice observed a young man in a blue-gray Chevrolet slow to a halt beside her and began talking to her. Each time, she had shaken her head and walked away from the car. And she was just a Michigan student. She wasn't, a prostitute or anything. It's just her nude body was found by two 15-year-old boys on an abandoned farm at Superior Township on August 7th and was identified via dental records the next day. Now, see, and that too is they automatically seem to assume that what did you say, they're discardable or something, the prostitutes that they find. But this is back in 67, right? And they were able to identify her by her dental records. Just because somebody is a prostitute doesn't mean that they don't have dental records.
Right.
Yeah. It seems like they just, call them a Jane Doe and close the file and that's it. The corpse was badly decomposed, although the pathologist who examined her remains was able to determine that she had been stabbed approximately 30 times in the chest and abdomen with a knife or other sharp object, that her feet had been severed just above the ankle. Wow. The thumb and sections of the fingers of one hand was missing, and that one forearm had been severed from her body. These severed appendages were never found.
Sick man, holy shit.
Yeah. Despite the advanced state of decomposition, The pathologist was also able to locate multiple lineal abrasions upon the victim's chest and torso, indicating that she had been extensively beaten before her death. Although police theorized that she had not been raped, the advanced state of decomposition of the corpse had erased any conclusive evidence. Now, that's pretty sad because I bet you he just kept coming up to her, kept coming up to her. She kept saying no, and then he finally got her. A detailed examination of the crime scene revealed that the body had been moved 3 times throughout the month it had lain undiscovered. Initially, the body had lain upon a pile of, how do they know this? Had lain upon a pile of bottles and cans obscured from view by elder trees before being dragged 5 feet from this location into a field where it had remained exposed throughout much of the time it had lain undiscovered. You guys still there?
Yeah.
Okay. Shortly before the body was discovered, the murderer had again returned to the body and moved it a further 3 feet. Wow, he was like, look, people. 2 days after the remains had been identified as those of Mary Felser, a young man claiming to be a friend of the family arrived at the funeral home holding Flesler's body. Oh, the funeral home. Oh, so he went to the funeral home that was holding her body prior to her scheduled burial. The individual had asked for permission to take a photograph of the body as it lay in the coffin as a keepsake for her parents. When informed his request was impossible, the young man had replied, "You mean you can't fix her up enough so I could just get one picture of her?" Sternly informed a second time he would not be allowed to view the body, the young man had wordlessly exited from the funeral home. The receptionist could not offer any clear description of the man beyond that he was a handsome young white male with dark hair and that he had driven a blue-gray Chevrolet and that he wasn't even carrying a camera. Can you imagine that? Almost a year later, on July 5th, 1968, the partially decomposed, mutilated body of a 20-year-old art student named Joan Elsbeth Schell. Can you imagine that your child is in school and, oh God, was found by construction workers on an Ann Arbor roadside. She had been raped and stabbed 25 times with a knife. And it kind of makes me wonder, though, if some of these weren't that Coral Watts guy as well. You know? Then stabbed 25 times with a knife estimated to have measured 4 inches in length. Several of these wounds had punctured her lungs, liver, and carotid artery, with one additional wound inflicted behind her left ear, fracturing her skull. In addition, her throat had been slashed, and her miniskirt then tied around her neck. Wow! Damn! This guy's got some freaking anger issues, huh? Guys there?
Yeah, I'm listening.
All right. Did Michigan leave? Is he there?
Hey, I'm here.
Okay. Though Schell had been dead for several days, her entire lower body was in a remarkably preserved condition, whereas her head, shoulders, and breast were in an advanced state of decomposition, leading the pathologist to conclude her body had been stored in a naturally cool environment, but with the upper third of her body exposed to natural heat. That's weird, huh?
That's real weird.
The lack of blood beneath or near the corpse, plus the testimony of eyewitnesses, led investigators to determine Schell's body had lain in its present location for less than 24 hours. Her murderer had likely driven to the location to dispose of her body before making rudimentary efforts to conceal the body with clumps of grass. In addition, the outstanding similarities between the wounds inflicted upon her body and those upon the other student the previous year led investigators to establish a definite connection between both murders, and 4 detectives were assigned to work full-time on both cases. She hailed from Plymouth and had recently moved into a house on Emmett Street in Ypsilanti. She was last seen by her roommate, Susan Colby. That sounds so familiar, that name, Susan Colby, at a Washtenaw Avenue bus stop on the evening of June 30th. She had intended to travel to Ann Arbor to visit her boyfriend and her roommate. her roommate had accompanied her to the bus stop, and Colby later informed investigators that Shell had informed her of her intentions to hitchhike when it became apparent that she had missed the last bus, and that one of the first vehicles to pass when Red Shell had begun hitchhiking was a red and black Pontiac Bonneville containing 3 young white men. This vehicle had slowed to a stop before the driver asked her, "Want a ride?" The driver had been aged around 20 with short, dark, side-parted hair. She later stated that she had attempted to dissuade Shell from entering the vehicle, but that she had opted to accept the driver's offer, promising to call her roommate to assure her of her safety once she reached Ann Arbor. Less than 3 hours later, Colby reported her roommate missing after failing to receive any contact. I wouldn't get into a fucking car with 3 guys, you know?
Yeah, that's wild, man. I can't believe there's so many people from Michigan who are serial killers.
I know, right? I mean, we don't even have that much, and that's scary to have this many people, you know?
Yeah,
So,
there's a lot.
investigative severity of these have been reduced. For 2 months after her murder, police inquiries produced 2 further eyewitnesses who stated that they had observed her walking with a young man along Emmett Street. And, so it goes on, blah, blah. Oh, they said right here. Oh my God, they had actually said to them, it looked like he was a student. He was majoring in elementary education.
Oh shit, that's me.
And they said,
I went to
to be an
Eastern in
teacher.
elementary education. Oh
You
boy.
did?
Yeah, I graduated right from where they're talking about in Ypsilanti.
Really?
With elementary education, yeah, in 2007.
Oh my God.
What year is
Yeah.
this?
This was 69.
Oh, phew. Guy might have been in some of my classes.
Yeah, it says he was a student at Eastern Michigan University. So they said he lived across the street from her at 619 Emmett, and his features bore a likeness to the composite driving. Questioned by police, Collins flatly denied even knowing her and insisted he had spent the weekend with his mother at her house in Detroit suburb of Centerline and had not returned to Ypsilanti until July 1st. Initially, police took him at his word and did not seek to verify his alibi. Isn't that crazy? And he was the killer. They had him already and they fucking let him go. Because on March 20th, 1969, a 23-year-old University of Michigan law student named Jane Louise Mixer disappeared after posting a note on a college bulletin to seek a lift. Oh, and a lot of people got screwed that way too.
I remember back in 2001, I was on in the Woodward corridor. It's a big hose stroll, and I got pulled over with my escort, and I had a hammer and rope and duct tape in my trunk.
So crazy.
And the cop just looked at me and was like, he was a black cop. He looked at me funny. There was a sting operation going on. They're trying to get guys picking up prostitutes. But they didn't really question me about what I had in my car. And there was a guy, they got the guy, but there's a guy on the loose on Michigan Avenue.
Crazy. Yeah, it was her body. She was seeking a lift to Muskegon, where she had intended to inform her. Okay, so her fully clothed body was covered with her own raincoat and with a copy of the novel Catch-22 placed by her side, and was found the following morning atop a grave in Denton Cemetery in Van Buren Township. An autopsy revealed she had been shot twice in the head with a .22 caliber pistol, then garroted with a nylon stocking, which had not belonged to her. She had not been sexually assaulted, and that death had occurred at 3 a.m. Isn't that when the guy was picking up those people that quarrel on March 21st, and that she had not been killed at the but then again with the freaking with the school, the students. Despite the fact that Mixer had not been subject to a sexual assault, the fact that her tights had been lowered to expose her thighs and sanitary napkins suggested a sexual motive behind the murder. And although the victim had not been beaten, stabbed, or mutilated, her student status, the tying of a garment around her neck, and the proximity of her abduction and murder led investigators to link that. 4 days after the discovery of her body, on March 25th, a surveyor discovered the nude, mutilated body of a teenage girl behind a vacant house in the remote rural section of Earhart Road. Have you ever heard of that?
No.
I don't think so.
Just a few hundred yards from where the body of Joan Shell had been discovered 8 months previously. Okay. So the same. Okay. Investigators called to the crime scene noted a dramatic increase in the savagery exhibited against the victim, with one investigator describing the injuries inflicted upon the victim as being the worst he had seen in 30 years of police work. A subsequent autopsy revealed the victim had died of numerous fractures covering 1/3 of her skull and one side of her face, all of which had been inflicted with a heavy blunt instrument. These injuries had been inflicted after the victim had been extensively beaten and tortured. Her killer had placed a section of her own shirt into her trachea to muffle her screams as she received extensive blunt force trauma to the face, head, and body, including several deep lacerations believed to have been inflicted with a leather strap. Welt marks upon the chest and shoulders indicated the killer had also used restraints to hold the victim prone as he whipped her torso and upper legs with a leather belt before tearing a branch from a nearby tree and inserting it into 8 inches into her vagina. Blood splatterings and churned soil close to the crime scene indicated she had been being close to where her body was discovered and that she may have attempted to escape her attacker. The victim was identified as a 16-year-old Romulus high school student named Marilyn Skelton, who had disappeared while hitchhiking in Ann Arbor. Why couldn't they fucking get it through their heads? Don't hitchhike. I mean, my God, God. So, guys, am I boring you guys, or do you want me to keep going?
I'm listening. I'm just entertained. I'm in the chat. I'm listening and in
You
chat.
better be being good in there, because I can't.
I'm behaving myself,
You
Mom.
better be. Is he Michigan? Can you see the chat?
What are you, my mother in here now?
Is my mother in here? Who's your mother?
You're acting like my mother in here.
Oh, shut up. So she was hitchhiking in Ann Arbor. She was last seen alive outside a drive-in restaurant on Washtenaw Avenue 2 days before her body was discovered. Although autopsy report indicated Skelton had died between 24 and 36 hours before her body was discovered. Investigators noted strong similarities attributed to the Michigan murder, including that a garter belt had been tied around Skelton's neck. So I find it highly unlikely that a 16-year-old high school student would have had a garter belt. So he must have that himself. That's kind of weird. Oh, wait, it says, and the fact that Skelton was a known drug user and dealer, as opposed, she's 16 years old, as opposed to a university student, led some junior investigators to speculate her murder may have been drug-related. Nonetheless, they linked it to Skelton's murder. And the murder, blah, blah, blah. Don Louise, this guy is crazy. Says all of the victims have been brunette Caucasians, which actually that's what Ted Bundy's were too. You ever notice that?
Mm-hmm.
Hello.
I'm listening. I'm writing a rap song for everybody.
Oh my God. Is he driving you people crazy in there? Seriously. Just tell me now. With poorly staffed in the chat. Oh God, I'd have to kill somebody. Hey, look at this. On 6:30 a.m., April 16th, the body of 13-year-old schoolgirl was found discarded by a desolate road in Ypsilanti or whatever, clothed only in a white blouse and bra, which had been pushed up around her neck. She had been repeatedly stabbed in the chest and genitals, removed multiple splash wounds all over, strangled to death with a 2-foot length electrical flex still knotted around her neck, a handcuff stuffed in her mouth, and her murderer had placed her body in a location where rapid discovery was, and no sexual assault. Hmm. Wow. That's crazy. I have to go out to come back in, so I'll be right back. Okay.
I'm rapping in here. Hold on. Hey, Michigan made. MM? MM?
Same old place that you left. Hi.
I'm here.
What do you guys got? YouTube playing in the background?
Can you hear me,
Yeah.
Terry?
Yeah, I
Yeah.
can hear you, bro.
Oh,
All right.
filling the tea with Sharon B. Hi. Is that really you? I'll drop the link. Okay. Want me to? I will.
Yeah, do
You
it.
still here? I hope so.
We got
Alright.
nothing to
I'm gonna.
lose.
I'll drop a link.
Drop a link.
Sounds so dirty, doesn't it? Like poop.
Yeah.
Like poop. Yeah, that's so crazy. Like, hi. Um, when there's like a serial killer. Somebody turn their YouTube off because I'm getting like an echo from some of my YouTube.
She doesn't
So
want a panel.
She doesn't want a panel. Why not, man?
She's a big star now, being aloof.
wow. She's finally a bunch of people in here that aren't haters gonna pull that.
I know. Who's got their YouTube playing? Is it you, secular?
It might be.
Maybe.
Hold on.
She never had. See, we knew it was. Now he just turned it down. Yeah, that's crazy to know. Like, whenever there's some, murders going on in your local, you got to think to yourself, you could be sitting at a red light right next to them, and they just look at you, and suddenly you're the one they want to get.
Sharon said, "Hey, MM."
Well, hello.
Well, listen, you guys. It was nice chatting with you. I got to call it a night.
All right,
So,
bye,
yeah.
secular.
Nice chat with you, MM.
It
You
was
too,
nice
boy,
chatting.
bro.
Okay, have a great night. I got it cut out. Bye bye.
You too. All right, bye bye. Eileen did have shitty attorneys. Eileen Murnoff, she did. I feel
So
like
who?
that. I feel like she got worse than some of those. All those ones that we read. Hi, throwback. I'm so sorry. Here we can -1. LOL. This is dumb. What are you saying? It's dumb, Tiger. Why are you being so? I'm like rude, man.
Being rude.
I know, right? Rude.
Who's being
Yeah,
rude,
so
man?
join Lucas anytime.
We had a 3-hour chat without.
Without arguing at all, right? No drama. You there? Michigan?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Oh, I can hear you
Hello.
now. Yeah, I can hear you. I can
Wonder
hear
why
you.
it keeps doing that.
Turn your YouTube off. It's because when you were looking up stuff, just turn it off. Like, yeah, that's that thing. Yeah, I'd love to have Sharon up and ask her like if she'd ever had any.
No, we're neighbors. If you didn't know, I told you I live by Golly. Hopkins.
What do you mean hitting their mic to leave? Is it been going okay in here? Like, has people been fighting?
Yeah, I haven't been paying attention to the chat. I would hope not. We were just telling good stories.
Yeah, I think so too. Oh, Luca Magnotta. Yeah, put it on the Squirrel website. I didn't hear that he sent
The panel, Sharon B. This is a hater-free moment. It's a good combo going.
I'm in a different room. Oh, Emily Me Machine. I'm just reading his stuff. Yeah, that. Do you have your YouTube?
I don't.
Unfortunately, it's unfortunately a lot of people in America don't understand that why they think is there high crime in their home is in fact just someone else's culture. What does that mean? Someone else's
Well, no,
culture?
we didn't one time blame any certain culture on these crimes at all.
No, no, no. I think they're trying to say, yeah, is your mic like wherever you have it sitting or something?
No, I've
No,
been
you
doing
didn't
it
say
the same
anything
way.
really.
The
Still in the
same way I've been chatting all this whole time I'm doing now, so I don't know what's going on.
Oh, no, no, no. It was, what the hell did it say that I said was rude? I forgot. It wasn't you, still in the tea. It wasn't you. I forget. What was it? Secular, maybe? I don't know. I think you're probably secular. Just kidding.
Zach was cool. Tonight. He's
Yeah.
been
No, no.
around.
I was just checking to make sure everybody was getting, like, you know
He's
what I mean?
always.
So I couldn't see. Yeah, there's something like going
I do
staticky
see
on
you
me.
sometimes upset with him, but he's cool.
Yeah. What's going on with your microphone? It keeps going
Come on, let me
bad.
check.
Maybe you go
to the-
out and come back in.
Better.
Yeah, that sounds a lot better. Well, no, I'm still getting keep the mic. Go out and come back in. That's why I have to go out and come back in. When I go out, you know how we were both looking stuff up and reading. Sometimes I have to go out and come back.
Hold on.
Okay, I'll drop. The link should be still in the room anyway. I just dropped it for sharing. Yeah, it is so scary, when you don't have, you don't know it. I'm echoing now. Am I echoing you guys? I hope not. No, no, no. I was just making sure because I couldn't see the live stream, Sharon. So I couldn't see the live stream because I was reading, and I only have one device. So I just wanted to make sure nobody was saying anything rude to any of the guests and stuff. We lose a mod, so I'm sure she would take care of it, So she's a good mod. So, but that's all. What do you mean with Miss T and Byron? What does that mean, Miss T and Byron? I'll try posting that link again just to make sure that he finds it. Yeah, there was no arguing, no talking about anybody or nothing tonight. I thought that was good, right? I really do. I think that was really good. That there was no arguing at all tonight. Oh God, you're so staticky. I don't know what it is. Maybe where you're laying it. Oh well, it kind of sounds there. Okay. Can you hear me? Yeah, I still
Am I
hear you.
more clear now? Yeah, am I clearer?
Let's see. Yeah, that sounds better. Yep, no echo. Oh, wait, I don't know. I'm not sure.
Fixed it now. It should be perfect. It
Oh,
was
did
on.
you?
It was on in another window somehow. It should be good now.
There's still a little bit of an echo going, but I didn't hear 1%, so that's
This
good. Yeah, I like this. I'm sorry. It's not like I like serial killers or murderers and stuff. It's just that I do find the psychology of it all is very interesting. And I find it weird that Coral Watts also didn't sexually assault people. And the one that I was just reading about there didn't sexually assault people. And they both, but God dang, I mean, the brutality of the state of those bodies they were finding them in. My God. Telling you, I wouldn't let my daughter out of my sight. I remember in 92 it was. I lived in a town where there's never any murders. I mean, there's no, stroll. There's nothing like that. It was the outskirts of. Of course, we live near a city like that, but where I lived, there was nothing like that going on. And this girl got killed, right down the street too. She went missing first, and then they found her on Mother's Day. which is pretty shitty, you know. She was like a school teacher, you know, she was a teacher's aide, and she had long brown hair too, like I did, you know. And she was working in like a card shop, like a gift shop, and when somebody had gone in, they closed at 9, and so a customer had gone in right before 9. The door was still, you know, like unlocked and everything, and there was a pair of shoes and a pocketbook behind the counter. And so she's looking around for a, you know, a clerk or something and calling out, and there's nobody. But she hears 3 thumps on the wall of the, like, the back room, the storeroom. So
Tap,
she
tap,
leaves. Yeah, thumps, like somebody, like, kicking it, kind of.
Can you
Like
hear me
maybe they,
better? I put headphones on. Is it? Can you
yes, it
hear?
is way better. Thank you. You
Okay.
know, but they thought, like, that maybe they had her back there and maybe she kicked the wall, you know, with her feet, like trying to get attention of a customer that came in because you could hear the bell. And the lady just left and she didn't report it or anything.
Jeez.
And
Oh.
yeah, and in the morning, they come in and the store's still open. Her pocketbook's still there and everything. And so then she's gone for a couple of days, and then on Mother's Day, my daughter's friend, actually, his grandfather, they weren't even born yet when it happened, but his grandfather was walking the dog across the street in an industrial park where there's, you know,
Lulu, yeah. YouTube relationships, that's
oh, there's
kind of,
Lucas.
they're weird.
Hi, Lucas.
I want
Hi.
her.
You remind me of that emoji with the glasses and stuff. My daughter's friend.
I prefer
Turn your YouTube off in the background. His grandfather was walking the dog.
somebody is on. It
It's
ain't mine
Lucas.
this time.
Lucas, your YouTube.
What up, Luke Dog? That's a nice mustache, bro.
I know, right? It is nice. Can you hear us?
I hear double.
Lucas,
So it's difficult.
can you hear us?
I hear twice as much of you.
I heard you twice. I watch Bailey Sarian. She's got millions and millions of viewers. Bailey Sarian. Lucas, you live in Ohio. Is that close to, like, Michigan, isn't it?
What
I'm in
up?
Massachusetts.
I'm putting my headphones back on. Hold on. Okay.
I'm by the beach in Massachusetts.
The who and the what?
I'm at the beach by Massachusetts.
No, you aren't.
Massachusetts.
Yeah, I'm in Ipswich, Massachusetts.
Where?
Ipswich.
No, you're not. No, you're not. You are not.
Yeah, I
You're
am. I
lying.
said this before, like 2 weeks ago.
I thought you said you live in Ohio. Wait a
No.
minute. This is
I don't
not
live in
King of
Ohio.
Ipswich.
What?
This isn't King of Ipswich. Oh, hey, Michigan. Hi. Let's see. We're putting faces to the names.
I'm trying to figure this
I
out.
believe only
Get
you.
here.
Hold on.
Use the force, Lucas. What does that mean?
Don't say
Oh,
that.
that's where I met Lucas, though. Was on a UFO channel.
I hate Star Wars, by the way.
You hate what? Star Wars?
Star Wars.
I like the first one.
I don't like any of them, but I do own 3 lightsabers.
Lightsaber.
I should probably put pants on, huh?
Haha, that a boy.
Yeah, Lucas, how did I do on the UFO show?
Great job. That's the only channel I take seriously. Oh, crap.
Oh my God, what's he doing?
Put my pants on.
One leg at a time, player.
Oh crap, man, that could have been
It's the only way.
Me too, and Star Wars, Star Trek. I actually like Trouble with the Tribbles. Remember Trouble with the Tribbles? Look at them, they're both cute.
There's
Man.
Trouble with the Tribbles.
Look how cute they both are, man. Look at his face.
Oh,
Fucking
weird.
so funny.
This
he goes,
camera.
he
I
goes,
put
look
on
at him,
sunglasses
makes him
for
that
a
face.
reason, but I feel like I should
Cute.
put on a mask. This is YouTube, so.
Wow, you look good.
Uh,
Michigan look good. You both look good. Very handsome.
I was trying
And
laying
Secular,
down.
he's handsome.
Laying down, it's got my freaking.
Secular is handsome. The other night, I flipped my camera by accident, and fucking, I looked like Harry Potter. I had my dollar store cheater glasses on and shit. But I was like, hey, it's a 4-hour live stream. I'm not gonna cancel it. Oh, you like that true crime stuff? Isn't that not fun? That's not how it's fun, but it's so interesting. Don't you agree, Lucas? The true crime.
I couldn't hear any of that. I'm hearing twice of like.
Do you have headphones? Turn your YouTube off. Or do you have headphones?
No, I don't. Not that I can find anyway right now.
How about is your YouTube?
I'm just
I
hearing.
look like hell in that.
This is my first time, so bear with me.
You know what? It is. Oh, this is your first time ever being up on a panel?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh my God! I'm so like honored. Thank you, and really, still in the team sharing. I'm so honored too that you like the. I'm really glad about how this chat went tonight. Pretty good, huh, Lucas?
Yeah, it's not as intense as the last few days.
I don't do that either. You've seen me, like, I try to be, want to play trivia and stuff or shit or talk about this kind of stuff. Huh?
I wish. That's why I joined, and then sometimes I sign on and I'm like, what the fuck? It smells like Fight Club in here.
Oh my God, I don't even try to do that, It's like, but tonight was really, it was good.
On any of that shit. Like any of that.
And you know what, though? I think it's good because we kept a good steady number in here.
I don't care.
I searched for you one night when I was being spammed. You remember that? Where it was saying Jim Cornette is God?
Maybe. I don't know.
And it was like 100, it was like 100 in a row going, just saying the same thing. And I was trying to look for you to mod you so that, because each one of those, you have to hit, not to like keep, it wasn't like that. It was just like, when they spam, those are separate accounts.
Yeah.
And so when you hit
losers with 30 accounts to say the same thing over and over again.
Say the same thing, yeah. And you have to, Chili Bites is a new here, right? Hi, Chili Bites. You could talk to Wanda. He'll turn you on to like good stuff. Maybe I think he's talking about. True crime, right? Is that what he's talking about? Because I don't want anybody. Yeah, being nasty. I don't think anybody's been nasty in here. You've been in the chat tonight, right? Was anybody nasty or anything? No.
Not exceptionally. Sometimes they are, though.
What happened to Michigan? Did he is that? I'm so happy that you're on here. I like that. I saw you in UFO Man, and you didn't say hello to me. You didn't say hello to me.
I don't know.
You didn't say hello
I
to
just
me.
walked into a fucking crazy conversation, so I don't know where to start.
No, in UFO Man.
Oh yeah, that was different.
That was what?
That was different. I actually found your channel before I went back to them. Like they're a regular channel of mine that I go to every Saturday night. But I had seen your whatever you had posted about a UFO sighting right before you went on UFO Man. So I thought that was weird.
Oh, you were a regular over there?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm a mod on UFO Man. Not that I like.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
He's a great.
Oh, he Slow Cooker Chili. Spaceman, yeah, he just disappeared. Molasses and chili. I love all food. All those weird symbols was creepy. Oh, and the spamming stuff, yeah, it's terrible. Yeah, I mean, I think it is weird though, that thing that I filmed, Lucas, in the sky. Right before I went on UFO Man, it was like just, it wasn't even like fully nighttime, it was like just getting dark, but the sky was
Yeah,
still
it's
kind
about
of light.
twilight.
Yeah, and there was nothing, and I saw it the other day too, and it's clear sky, so if a star was going to be out like that and that early, you think plenty of stars would be, and it was just all by itself and shit. I don't know, like, did I?
I've seen a million things in the sky, but I don't count any of them, and I've seen 1,000 things I disregard. I don't count any of them unless they move. That's just my rules. Like I've seen satellites go by, distant dots in the sky, and then when they turn around,
That's
I
a
don't
real
even count
problem.
because it's so far away.
Hey, I can only stay a minute. Was that you in Nitty's live last night, Mr. Rourke?
Who? Mr. Rourke? Is that what he said?
Yeah.
That's not Mr. Rourke.
Who's that on the screen?
Lucas, he backed over. Lucas.
Oh.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's not
okay,
Mr.
never mind. I
Rourke.
thought that was
Mr.
Mr.
Rourke never
Rourke.
shows his face.
Yeah, that's why I was like, whoa, wait a minute. Okay, never mind. I just wanted to get in touch with Mr. Rourke to see if he was
I'm not
in
showing my
Nitty's
face
chat.
anymore.
I can barely hear you. I'm using my phone, so.
I wasn't even sure if that was like really you. No, I saw one comment from Mr. Rourke in there, and then I didn't see any more. And I think he blocked me.
So
Hi,
you think that
Nacho.
that's most likely was the real Mr. Rourke in the chat last night in Nitty's?
Oh, I don't know because I haven't talked to him. I tried to call him and it rings once and then it's on goes right to voicemail. So I don't know. Were you watching the show tonight all about the serial killer?
No, I fell asleep.
You did.
Yeah, I was
They
watching
would
these
like
shows trying to like get off of YouTube for a while, just like de-stress from YouTube, and I was laying there watching my shows, and the next thing I know, it's like
Yeah, we had a pretty good talk
12:30
on
at
that.
night.
Yeah, we had a good one with no drama. It's all stress free, all drama free. It was good. Like,
Good.
wow,
Okay,
we did was
well,
talking about serial
I'll get in
killers.
touch with you later. I just want to. For some reason, I thought that could possibly be Mr. Rourke on there, and I was gonna be like, "Was that you?" Or was it
Oh no, it's not. It's Lucas. He's my new. Hey, I hear an echo. Who's that?
It might be
Um.
me because I'm on my phone.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Look, I hate that mask, man. It's fucking scary, man. Who is the
I'll
handsome guy who needs a tan in the middle?
Hero,
Good,
man.
not just that.
I'll watch it live back in just a bit, but I'm gonna hop off here. And if you talk to him, just ask me if he was in Nitty's the other night.
I can't hear. I'm getting like a feedback. Is that you saying it?
It might be.
I
It might be.
don't know if I hear it now. I think it was Lucas's because I mute. I don't mean to mute him, but I just is it okay? Now I'm hearing the feedback and the echo. So I think it's
I
Lucas's.
don't like this
Oh
on
my
my phone.
god!
I don't see how you guys can use your phone to do this. Oh my god, this is awful. All right, I'm gonna hop off here because this sucks on the phone. All right,
I
I'll talk to
know
you
it is
later.
her. All right, thank you for
Bye.
stopping in. Sorry, my guess is Spider-Man. I guess it's Spider-Man. That is a creepy mask too, man. I'm not gonna lie to you guys, but even if I was like in a like a life or death situation, I don't even think I would want Spider-Man to save me. Spider-Man is creepy looking, right?
Not
Spider-Man's
scary.
scary.
They're all
Spider-Man's
heroes.
scary.
I don't have any villain masks, actually.
Huh?
I don't have any villain masks. Those are all good guys.
Yeah, but Spider-Man is, part spider. I don't like spiders.
Yeah, he's just
But
a nerd.
me being Wonder Woman,
Woman.
which I'd probably deflect his spidey webs. with my golden bracelet. You got blue eyes, Lucas?
Yeah, I do.
Pretty. Not pretty, but nice. Not pretty. I don't mean pretty. You're so pretty.
Extremely pretty.
But no, I like it. They're nice eyes. No, not really. Good looking guy. What do you have, a cucumber? Or do you have a cucumber or is that a Sprite? Is it a cucumber or a Sprite? What's in your hand?
It's a Bud Light Lime.
Oh, Bud Light Lime.
Yeah.
That is a Blobby?
He drinks. I don't care. No shame. Alcohol tastes awful.
I mean, really, that come in our places here, right?
What?
Ben, he's a handsome guy. And freaking Spectacular, Michigan, James C.
I can't see the chat because I hear two of everybody at the same time. I have to open it up again.
What?
I hear double if I have both things, so I can't see the.
Yeah, you
the
have
chat.
to turn you have to turn the
That's no
YouTube
fun.
off.
I'm here for the chat.
Well, you can. Oh, can you like turn the volume of the other device down, and then it
No,
looks
it's because you're using your phone. I'm using my phone for Wi-Fi from my phone to my computer, and then so there's like a lot of different delays all happening at the same time right now.
Ah.
So
Blobby says, "Hi, Lucas. Congrats on popping the cherry."
When you said it, but when you read it and you respond to it, you're really a minute and a half late, and you don't know what the hell's going on. Like, it's not your fault. It's technology's fault. It's just that's how it works. Just keep in mind that everybody's about a minute behind. Just
okay. All right. I will. There, it made our face system a little smaller too. You like that better? The layout? Better layout instead of being like all big, right? Oh, big. Oh, big. Yeah, I didn't mean you're a guest this day in my own house. Oh, you have an alien in your house, throwback? I'm telling you, I actually did see a something that disappeared. I mean, I wasn't kidding when I said that, because if there wasn't somebody else there, see, I can hear myself. Oh, did he throw himself up? I'll just drop the link again in case. It takes a little bit to get the hang of it, you know. Where did Lucas come from? UFO man. When I was a co-host on there a couple of weeks ago on a Saturday night. Yeah, I co-hosted it. I dropped the link for everybody, and I dropped the link for everybody. Yeah, it was on the UFO channel there, and yep, I did some studying on UFOs. They told me what categories they were going to be talking about, what subjects. So I which I was glad, because I didn't want to not know what the hell was going on. So I did some research and everything. You can really go down a rabbit hole with quite a lot of shit. Like tonight we've been talking about Nacho. We were talking a lot about serial killers, pretty much, basically. A lot of the Michigan ones, but man, just knowing that they'll be in one of them had gone from Michigan, to California, another one Michigan to Texas, and just to think across the way. You know what's the weird thing is that it seems like the ones that don't have any sexual assault kill more. When they're not raped. I mean that I just didn't get over it. But UFO, for some reason I believe that on many believe what? I don't know. The UFO man here. I'm a virgin. I'm a virgin. Oh, stop. No, I dropped the link again. You're here. I can see you here. No, you can't. I go, no, you can't leave. Of course, you could if you wanted. I mean, but no, you don't have to. I mean, you could, yeah. From stop it. I feel like that night I really couldn't. I I think a lot of serial killers are empathetic. Oh wow, that's a good point. That's a good point, Nacho. You know what? Wow, that's a really good point because that would kind of explain why the that one that we were reading about, I mean, was very, very vicious. Did you see that kid showing his face going like, no, I just thought, no, I didn't. I didn't. Um, yeah, because I mean, I wonder if like the more this guy was beating like on that last one, and that was like in the 60s, and a lot of them were Michigan University students, and he was a Michigan University student, elementary education. You know, didn't Michigan? Good night, Blavi. uh, he knows. He knows. Yeah, pent up rage because the actual the wounds they were inflicting and the torture on these women, and that especially the last one we were reading about was horrific, and there was never any signs of sexual abuse. And somebody they had gone, they said, we think it's this guy. I mean, he matches your, and then he check his alibi. Can you imagine that? Didn't check his alibi. That is insane to me. The amount of women that could have said, oh, is the Blobby leaving? Good night, Blobby. Yeah, it makes me feel like it's, that is so crazy. And they still can't. And that was another thing with that Coral Watts. He wasn't having sex with them. Makes you kind of wonder if they weren't in on it together, That's crazy. So you're leaving too? Or are you saying goodnight to a Blobby? There's Lucas. Yes, that's it. Oh, now that's wicked staticky. Hello? Oh, that's really bad. That's bad. Yeah, can you hear me now? Oh, that sounds better. Oh, a little bit. Not much. It's playing in the background. Yeah. Still playing in your background. Yeah. You gotta shut your YouTube off. You gotta close the tab. Close the tab. Is it somewhere? Is it an old house throwback? Oh my god, Lucas, you have to try to fix that. Lucas, can you hear me? Lucas, you gotta fix your
There we go.
Can you hear me? Yeah.
Hang on. I'll be gone in a second. I'll be back.
Okay, yeah. I think he doesn't like understand the shutting down the what do you call it? The other YouTube or something. Yeah. So like the Michigan, he disappeared real quickly, but I wanted to ask him about his oh, it's an old house. Now, do you think like is it an old house? Did you say it is an old house? Yeah. Could you imagine? I'm telling you, when I drove by that house, you know, because the one with the murderer, I'm telling you, that guy was fucking. Times I used to close up all by myself, and he was, you know, right down the street from me. I either need to do it because I have to pee, so I either need to end the live stream or an outro has to come up or somebody come up and talk or something. One or the other. I really have to pee. Who is it? Mark Kropka.
Hi.
Hello.
How you
You've got
doing?
your YouTube on too.
Hello. Oh yeah, shit, sorry. How's that?
Hello? Let's see. Good, good. All right. So you keep talking and entertaining because I have to go to the bathroom. Can you do that for me, please? Huh?
How's that? Is that better?
It's good. It's good. It's good. Can you hear us?
I can hear you.
Okay, good. All right. So listen, I'm going to mute myself so I can go to the bathroom. You keep talking, okay? You can see the comments and stuff, yes?
No, I don't know what to talk about.
Oh, just real quick, just introduce yourself. Tell them where you live. Talk about a murderer. I'll be right back.
All
Keep
right.
doing it, okay?
All
Okay.
right.
All right.
Yeah,
All right.
thanks, eh?
Talk, Mark.
So my name is Mark. How you doing? I wonder if I can see the chat. I'll talk about the chat a little bit. If I can find it. How's everybody tonight? So what are you doing, Survivor Girl? Talk to me. If you're there. Oh, you're not there. So everybody leaves me. Just hang here. What is this? I came up to say hi. I didn't come up to host a show. Crikey. Let's see if I can see this live stream. Survivor Girl. There we go. Good. Now I can see the chat, I think. Oh, there we are. Am I stuck?
I'm back.
Oh, good.
I'm
Hi.
back. Hi. What do we got back here? We got Lucas. Wait a minute. He is right. Hold on, and then we got. Oops, hold on. We got Michigan, and Lucas has his camera like something he's got going on.
I
But
accidentally
that's
exited
Michigan
out.
made, and Michigan made I think has his YouTube on in the
I exited
background.
out
And
on
Lucas, you had
accident.
your camera and your audio off, so I couldn't. It didn't give me the option to add you to the stream because you had your camera and audio on. Where did Michigan go? Why did he
Dropped
come in
out
and then
again.
leave? Huh?
He dropped out again.
Did. I asked it out on an accident. Oh, you exited out on I asked it out. I asked it out.
Can I ask you something, Survivor
Yes,
Girl?
absolutely.
So what did happen to Spaceman anyways? That guy just disappeared off the face of the map. I noticed you mentioned him earlier. What did happen to that guy?
Spaceman?
Yeah.
I really couldn't even explain to you what happened to all of those, you know, my old crew, mods, you know, the whole group that I originally, had as my mods and everything. I have Lucas in the back, but not, I'm sorry, I don't mean to go on to another one. Michigan, I see him in the chat. Yes, I see him in the chat. Hi, Lucas. What is that? Is that your arm? I hope so.
That's Lucas?
Lucas. Lucas. What
He
is
doesn't
it?
even know he's on.
I don't think he does. Lucas. Lucas? Lucas. I don't know.
You might have to
When I
drop
just
him.
go like that because I don't know that he does know that he's
Yeah.
on.
So good job on
Yeah.
that, Spencer. What was Spencer Boston? What's his name?
Oh yeah. Oh, thank you, Michigan. I appreciate that. Oh, I appreciate having you on, Michigan. I thought it was. I thought that was. I think this is one of the best live streams so far. My opinion. You know what I mean? For everybody getting along. Oh, sorry, I was muffled. For everybody getting along and everything.
It was
I
a good
feel
show.
like it's really a better. You know, I like it.
Yeah.
Really do. Yeah.
I guess-
Yeah, as for, like that whole group, I really don't know. I find it weird too because I think he still posts, have you gone to he does have a channel, you know?
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, he does. It's Spaceman Aussie. But you don't have to, and Lulu or nobody dropped the link. I'm not trying to be mean, and I would, but they don't, like, I plenty of times. He's not blocked or anything. He can come back anytime. We were friends for 3 years. But for the life of me, I really couldn't explain to you.
I sort of know something would happen with Debbie Gray. I don't want to get into it because maybe she's here and I don't want to cause any problems tonight. But I sort of know that he lent her some money or something like that and she ripped him off.
Well, he sent it, you know what I mean? So,
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, we're all adults, you know? We're responsible for our own actions, and he
I
sent
guess.
it.
Yeah. You're right.
You know, I mean, look at even if a friend would have said, I mean, how many times? Oh, sorry, Tucker, I'm so sorry. Even how many times in our lives have we said, not in our live streams, but in our lives, has people said, oh, but watch out for this and them, and nobody comes with a warning label really, and half the times we don't even believe what people say to us. We always think they're going to treat us different or something.
Yeah,
Yeah.
especially here.
But it's really hard anyway. I would think it would be really hard to, if somebody was that distance away, or really any distance away. I mean, especially with how we're reading about all these serial killers and stuff. I'm not saying he's a serial killer. I'm just saying you just never know about anybody.
Yeah.
You just don't know about anyone. Could be,
So I guess you live close to Detroit somewhere?
oh no, I don't live in Detroit.
Oh. You live
No,
in
nowhere
Michigan?
near. No, I live in Massachusetts.
Oh, okay. You know a lot about the area, right? They were talking about the area earlier. You seem to know quite a bit about it.
I actually don't, but I was. I think he. Lucas, can you hear us?
Oh, no, not again.
Lucas. I really don't know if he doesn't know that he's doing it, or I'm just gonna keep it the way it is for now.
Did you drop him?
I did, because I don't know. I don't want him to do anything like, and not know he's on, because he didn't
Start
say
taking
anything.
his clothes off and stuff. Getting too comfortable.
Start getting ready for bed, whatever the case may be. I don't want to take the, we've been researching. Yes, exactly, throwback. And it's cool to have people on from that particular area where you are researching. Like, I don't know, where do you live, Mark? What state?
I'm in Toronto, Canada.
Toronto, Canada. Must be, I believe Lulu is as well.
Yes, she is. She is from Toronto. She was just saying earlier, I noticed.
And I am totally hooked into that highway of tears.
Highway of Tears?
Yeah, it's Highway 16. It's through British Columbia.
Oh, okay. I don't know anything about that.
Really? Now,
Yeah.
have you ever been, that way?
Oh, yeah. I spent a lot of time out west.
So it's possible you drove down that and you didn't realize it, right?
Yeah, it is possible. I drove a lot of highways in British Columbia.
Yeah, and the way they put it is they say it's so the murder on the bus. Oh, you knew about that, right? Where that guy oh cool, Lulu. Where that guy was the bus was where were they going to Toronto? You know, the young kid and he cut the kid's head off on the Greyhound bus.
Yeah, I know all about that.
The Trans Canada Highway. Okay, go ahead.
That's where it happened. Yeah, on the Trans Canada. Oriental guy just started sawing it for no reason. Just started sawing it.
Yeah.
Some poor guy's head. He cut his head right off.
Yeah, and he was a carny worker, like the ride, and a lot of the times,
That's right.
well,
Lulu.
yeah, but you know what his name is now, Lulu, and this is ironic, okay? Ironic, because he's actually free. That guy who cut that guy's head off.
That's right. He is. He had a breakdown.
No, he's out. Yeah,
Oh, he died.
No, he's out walking around with you guys.
I know he is. I know Survivor Girl. That
Yeah.
because he had they put him in an institution for a while. Tried to screw his head back on properly because he had an episode. And he
Yeah, but what if he has another episode and cuts somebody's head off?
I didn't let the guy out, Tracy.
I wouldn't. No, I wouldn't either. I don't think that it's, if somebody has originally known and been diagnosed with an episode, right, with some kind of, let's say, schizophrenia, okay? Let's say that.
Yeah, something like that.
And so they've been diagnosed and they're taking their pills and they're fine, but they have been told clearly, don't stop taking your pills, right?
Yeah.
And they should be monitored first of all, right? And then if they're not, same way that they monitor like a drug addict, where they check their urine and give them random drug testing, they should do that with those people too that are taking pills that make them have the capability to function in society. And
maybe, but it might be against their charter of rights to force them to take a medication that they don't want to take. You're right.
Then if they have a episode where they cut somebody's head off, then they should
be mandated by law.
They should have to go to jail and not have it be, because they knew, they were well aware, they knew, and
that makes sense.
Just same way you said they shouldn't be forced to take their medication, then we shouldn't be forced to live amongst people who aren't taking their medication, that have previously ate somebody's head.
Yeah, that is pretty radical. I agree.
Yeah. I mean, that's out of line. And he literally changed his name to Will Baker.
Really?
Will Baker.
Yeah, nice. Perfect.
Right? It reminds me of like in Jeepers Creepers, where, remember it was Be Eating You, the license plate?
Oh, right. Yeah, okay.
Yeah. That's gotta be one of the most... You know what I don't really understand?
What's that?
I would think to what's the word I'm trying to think? Like, to take control over a 21-year-old guy, right?
Right.
And hold a knife and kill them. I'm gonna think that it probably, to restrain a 21-year-old guy and kill him, I'm gonna think that it probably takes both hands.
Yeah, I think you'd be right.
Yeah, so I mean, that bus driver couldn't have slammed on the freaking brakes or something?
The bus driver actually did pull over and then opened the bus door, and people started getting out of the bus. The bus driver grabbed a weapon along with a couple of do-gooders that were there, and grabbed some pipes and grabbed some crowbars and whatever they could get from around the bus. And the guy came up with the head, came down the galley with the head in his hand and just dropped it. And they closed the bus door and held the guy inside the bus until the police came.
Yeah, it said he apparently was eating his victim, and it took the Canadian cops 4 hours to board the bus. And Lulu says, yep, it is, which is so difficult. I've had clients refuse the meds due to side effects. Juan Dosa said he could be sitting next to someone on a bus right now. That's true.
Yeah.
Very true. Yeah. I can't see after having done that he should go free. So I know if I was the parent. No, but this is what I'm thinking. It's like, yeah, nobody helped him. Nobody helped him. And the trauma that the other people on the bus, while this guy was holding the head up to the window and everything. Yeah, I read the whole thing, and the way the cops were handling it really wasn't the right thing. But what my point was with the driver not pulling over, slam on the brakes so that the guy would fall. You know, like it would jar him off balance.
Yeah, I see that.
Yeah,
but that would be quick thinking, and that's not what the bus driver did. So I guess there's no use talking about it, right?
Right. I watched this whole documentary about it. It was awful. Yeah, he ate the brain in front of everyone. Yeah, he did.
I didn't know he did that. I didn't know.
His heart, his eyeballs. Yeah, he fucking went off. He was hanging. He's holding the head up to the windows and everything. Here's the thing. You got an episode. Okay, you got an episode. 4 hours later, I mean, I'm sorry. I just feel like I don't know why he's walking around free. And those parents, I really watched the documentary, and the parents were separated, and so the mother was at work and the father, whatever, and he was going to come and see both the parents. But he had said to his mother, oh, get some of this fried chicken that he really loved. And that is true, Wandosa. Wandosa says he was an immigrant from China, and in parts of China, they skin dogs alive and toss them in boiling oil. And that is true. They do that. So the mother, she hears something on, she knew that he was coming back on that. He was a carny, and now he was coming back. He's made his money, young kid, 21. And so when she sees this thing on the news going on, she's thinking to herself, yeah, but not my son. I mean, there's other people on the bus, right? And she just, puts to think, like, fucking chicken, like she even bought the chicken, but she was still thinking, they hadn't really identified yet, and in her mind she was just going through the motions then. I couldn't imagine how it must feel to know that somebody is walking around and they ate your loved one and then spit them out.
Yeah, that's a tough one, Survivor Girl.
Yeah.
But these things happen, we have to deal with them. And
yeah, I know that, but we don't have to deal with them. That's the difference. We didn't have it happen to us. So
that's a pretty terrible thing. We've all had terrible things happen to us in the past. I'm sure everybody's had it. But that's a bad one. That's really bad.
It is. I'm telling you now, if it was me, he might have been released for whatever, but he wouldn't still be. He wouldn't. He wouldn't. Yeah.
See,
I'd go to jail for it. I would,
Can you see the chat?
Yes, I can. Can you?
Yeah, I can. I dropped the link, but I can't drop a link, can I?
Oh, what is the link for?
It's eyewitness to the beheading on the bus.
Oh, God. I could put that in there. We could. Okay. Is it a video? Okay. I have 2 devices, because maybe you could have played. Do you know how to play it? No?
I don't have a clue.
No, me neither.
Too bad, because it's good. The guy was sitting right beside the guy that got killed. It's a young kid, and he explains how they held the guy on the bus, until the police came. It's pretty
If
gory.
Lulu wants to look at what's it called? Is it called Eyewitness to it or something? Or is it, I think I saw it on my feed today actually.
I just dropped the link. It's that link I dropped, but you can't. You have to copy it. You can't. I can't drop links here.
Oh, okay. Because Lulu is a mod and she can look it up and then.
There's the link there. Can you see this link I just dropped?
No.
No, eh? Oh, okay. I don't know any other way to get it over to you.
Lulu, can you look up
It's
the
called.
eyewitness on the Greyhound bus, or the Vincent Lee eyewitness or something?
Here's what Survivor Girl. It's called Bus Beheading Eyewitness. Bus Beheading Eyewitness. Lulu.
Yeah. Yeah, Lucas, did you get your sound fixed though? I hope.
And it
Yeah,
happened.
here's the thing, like Wandos is, you're saying that it's their culture, it's this, it's that, but we're not. They didn't deem it his culture. He was schizophrenic, and he thought he was getting messages from God telling him that he had to do that, and so it wasn't to do with their. Did I say Lucas or I think it's? I would say Wandosis. Yeah, Wandosis was saying that it was, part of their culture. Yeah, what many Westerners don't understand is that it's their culture. Hello, wake up. No, it wasn't his culture. He didn't say, oh, it's my culture. He didn't say anything like that. He said that he thought God told him to do it. And, and freaking, yeah.
Oh, you did it.
Dude, it would have been so unsettling. It would be staying in the witness's mind for the rest of their life. Thank you, Lulu. Lulu dropped a link. Oh, I think that's the Fifth Estate she dropped. Is that the one?
No.
The Fifth Estate one is the full documentary, Mark.
This is an eyewitness.
Yeah, they got all those eyewitnesses in that documentary. I mean, they're sitting there. They tell the one guy, he literally jumps over the seat, leaves his wife and kids back there, then realizes that he left his wife and kids back there and goes back for him.
Wow.
That's his religion, is schizophrenia? No, it's not his religion, schizophrenia one. Because this is the thing, if it was up to you, Wandosis, he'd be in jail for life. Because you would be defending him with saying that's his belief, that's his this, that's his that, where instead they defended him with that's his mental illness, and he's schizophrenic and believing the voices in his head. So he'd be doing life right now if you were his defense attorney one. Just saying. Do you see that, Lulu, when he's bus beheading witness? I'll look it up if she can't find it.
Bus Beheading Eyewitness.
If she is find it in a minute, I'll look for it.
All you gotta do is type it into the search engine of YouTube, and you'll see the kid.
Terrible. I'd kill somebody. I really would. I just would. Lucas, if you want to try and if your audio is fixed, you can. It's a mental illness spurred on by a horrible culture. Well, that's did he grow up there though, or did he grow up in Canada? Right? It says it's a mental illness. I mean, no, but it's not a mental illness spurred on by a horror. Look at that movie, A Beautiful Mind, with what was that guy's name? He was in I'll look for it. Bus Beheading. What, do you want to play the audio of it? You can play the audio.
No, I was just looking at something. Sorry about that.
No, but you can play the audio of it.
I could if you want me to.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
All right, here it goes.
Okay. This is for entertainment and commentary purposes only.
I was just reading a book. All of a sudden I heard a guy screaming. I turned around and the guy sitting right next beside me was standing up and stabbing another guy with a Rambo knife, pretty much. It was a big survival knife like this in the throat. Repeatedly. Told everybody to get off the bus. Everybody started to get off the bus. The guy still kept stabbing him. Everybody got off the bus. Me and the trucker that had stopped and the Greyhound driver ran up to the door to maybe see if the guy was still alive or we could help or something like that. And when we all got up, we seen that the guy was cutting off the guy's head. He was cutting off the guy's head there. Then he saw us. He came back to the front of the bus, told the driver to shut the door. He pressed the button and the door shut, but it didn't shut in time. And the guy was able to get his knife out and take a swipe at us. So we backed off the door. And I ran around the backside of the bus driver took off, and then we both returned to the front to see what had happened, and he hadn't gotten off the bus. The door was still open. We shut the bus door that time, and shut it. It was at that point that he came, he started walking to the front of the bus, and he had the head in his hand, and he just looked at us like this, and dropped it on the ground, but totally calm. The three of us had weapons in the trucker's truck there, and we just stayed outside while he tried to get out the door. Telling him, no, stay put, stay there, don't come out. He tried to get the bus working, and the bus driver disabled the bus now in the back.
Can you pause it for 1 second?
Sure.
Was that them?
You got the gist of that anyways, right?
Yeah, exactly. It seems to me like with all those people on the bus, I feel like, well, you know, the kid had headphones on though too, right?
Yeah.
And so he couldn't have screamed before he saw it, probably. But
Yeah. This was an eyewitness account happened just right after. So he was still in shock when he said, obviously he was still in shock when he related this story.
good night, Tiger. Yeah, I feel like they're probably always gonna be in shock. I feel like it's shocking just to even Spencer Boston, okay? When I said, oh, I want to see what happened to this kid, you know, because he looked like he was probably one of those happy-go-lucky kind of deadhead kids, didn't he?
Yeah, actually.
Yeah, he looked like he was like a deadhead kid, and that he just, you know, whatever. Whenever I like searched for his name, and it came up that he had, you know, got killed in a car accident, I just felt so, I don't know, I don't even know him, but I felt sad for him.
Are we talking about Spencer Boston now?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah. I know. I felt really bad when I heard from you. I saw the story when it first happened. It came out. It was all over YouTube. He became an instant sort of celebrity for a little bit, and then it sort of disappeared. And then I found out from you when I was listening to your little update there that what happened to him. It was sad.
Yeah, it was. It was sad. I was like, I wasn't expecting it to say that he had died, you know, and that's what made me think about the 15 minutes of fame kind of thing.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that he had that 15 minutes of fame and then was gone. So even though he's gone, had that not happened, nobody would know, you know, and be talking about him now. So I guess in a way, he kind of left a little legacy there, you know?
He left a lot of heads shaking, I'm sure. Also, you were right. Yeah, he didn't have any, and his blood was clean. He didn't have any booze or drugs in his system, eh?
Yeah, irony, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I bet you the first thing out of people's mouths too were, oh, he was probably high or this or that, and no, he wasn't. It's crazy. Yeah. Yeah, they're talking about in here about the PTSD. You know, with schizophrenia, that's such a God, that movie Beautiful Mind with the guy who Russell Crowe. Remember he was in Gladiator? Yeah. And that movie, it was like based on a true story where the voices in his head are saying to him, they're trying to kill you. They're all trying to kill you. You know, so he's like looking at his, you know, wife and neighbors, and in his head is saying, you know, they're going to kill you. They're going to kill you. And I feel like same thing with Eileen Warnos. Her father, the one that hung himself eventually, um, he also suffered from schizophrenia. You know, I feel like I don't suffer from schizophrenia, so I don't have the inside knowledge to know what it actually feels like. I mean,
Yeah, I get it.
all day long we could talk about, how it would feel to be raped, or how it would feel to have a hip replacement, or how it would feel to be. But if you haven't had it happen, and at the end of the day, we can all just give our opinions, but it doesn't make them right. You know?
Hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're
You
right.
know? Yeah, because basically we don't know how it would feel to, schizos are threatened at sidewalk chop. I'd hate to have to live with schizo. I don't know the way he says that. Some are. I mean, everybody has like you have a very uneasy feeling because of the blank stare. Yeah, because you don't know what they're thinking, huh, Lulu? She says since Vincent, since the one who had, cut the guy's head off, that when
Yeah,
she sits across from clients, she gets a very uneasy feeling because of the blank stare, the ones that are unmedicated.
yeah, that is. It can be spooky. Ever seen anybody like that before?
Yeah, I mean,
Far away eyes.
yeah, like, just, yeah, it's like, I don't know. Sometimes I guess I don't know, maybe I have, but I've never thought of it as, oh, they're, well, because I guess maybe like if you're, I don't know, we've all met some pretty freaking weird people,
Sure,
Yeah, and
I
you all
have.
have like, I'm sure we could look at somebody and say, oh my God, they look so sweet, and they could be the most evil person in the world.
Sure.
I
I
would
got
think
enough.
Hitler probably had some pretty blank eyes.
Yeah.
Hitler? Yeah. I would think most of those people that were doing that shit, or anywhere, any kind of torture, with.
Hitler was a drug addict. He was on speed. He was on oxycodone, and he was on a few different drugs. For years and years, right to the end.
Those are all benzos too. Well, and in that sense, what you're saying, then that would make me think that even all those prescriptions can't help someone like Hitler. So even if you're medicated, then you still could be blank and cold, and I find that a lot of those prescriptions do make people feel detached from society,
Yeah.
almost like in a bubble. And then when you come off them, the benzos, they make you feel like you're going crazy because your receptors or whatever they are not,
Everything's out of line. Yeah.
get you out of line. Yeah. And I think that at the end of the day, we should all, like the other day, like I was thinking, is just try to think of it as like a fleeting thing and fight it without any kind of medication, like physician heal thyself.
Yeah, that's the best way, I think.
I think so, definitely. Because whenever there's money involved, you have to think about somebody's real motivation.
Yeah, well, what do you mean by money involved, though? Because
like the prescriptions and everything, and those big, pharma, making all that money. You got to think about like their real motivation. Some of them could be placebo. Is that what they call them?
Yes, but they don't do that really. I don't think. I think mostly doctors will hand out prescriptions for antidepressants, left, right, and center. You just have to tell your doctor you're down. Explain to him. He'll give you an antidepressant. No problem at all. And people don't realize when they get into these antidepressants and stay on them for a few years, how how tough it is to get off of them later.
Horrifying from what I hear. I mean, I feel like a lot of the cases, well, I mean, just like we're saying here about that guy, that Vincent Lake. So he may not have even been schizophrenic to begin with. It may have been that he got put on benzos and then stopped taking them, and the receptors stopped working right. You know?
Why would you say that though? Why would you say he was on benzos?
Well, because remember you said he was off his medications. I mean, isn't
I didn't say that. I didn't say he was off his medication.
Oh, okay. Well, Lulu did.
I might
Lulu
have
said.
suggested it. I might have suggested.
Oh no. I'm just suggesting that maybe it was you know what I mean? Maybe it was not.
Oh, okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Like, if whatever he was prescribed had benzos in it, maybe it wasn't like, you know, it could maybe those benzos, when you quit them after being on them for so long, maybe that could even cause schizophrenia. I imagine it could, because I've heard from people that have been on them, they go into, psycho something, you know, delusions, like where you feel like everybody's out to get. I've exactly heard that.
Psychosis.
Yeah. Psychosis, no, what is it called?
Psychosis, isn't it?
Psychosis, yes. Psychosis, yes. Exactly, because your receptors or whatever they aren't you know, responding correct. Yeah. I feel like there's so much other things in the world that, because I think this has been a wonderful live stream. You know, it still is. I'm enjoying this. And I think that there's so much topics that, you know, we can fill this amount of time without any drama or arguing.
Yeah.
And that is wonderful, because there's so much things to talk about.
I was watching you operate a little bit yesterday on Nitty's channel. You defend yourself pretty good up against some of these people that don't like you over there. You do a pretty good job. You keep your chin up and you fight back pretty good.
Thank you. And I'm not, you know, like anybody who wants to really argue with anybody. I don't even mind if somebody I don't even know comes in and joins in the conversation. It doesn't mean people have to be friends to have a great conversation, you know? So, you know, as long as people are interested in the topics and everything, we can find a nice common ground, even if we're not, you know, familiar with each other. And that's how people get to, you know, I think this.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree totally. I understand.
And I think that, you know, I really appreciate the fact that you guys were all like, and you saying about Spencer Boston, that made my day. Because really, you know, sometimes when you try to think of something like, okay, I want to come up with something that we can think of, and you made it, you know, like not, even though I still would do it, I'd still do it, even if nobody said anything. It just makes it all that much, all that much better.
And it made my day actually hearing that. That's why I had to leave you that comment.
Yeah, kind words. I mean, they can mean, you know, I think everybody should have like encouragement and positive feedback, and, you know, support each other, and just try to like remember that there's so much other things we could be talking about, like we've shown, that we don't even have to delve into people's personal lives.
No.
Yeah, you know?
Like the drama that goes on between those channels, it's almost sickening. I can't keep up with it. I don't. I hardly know what's going on. I know the gist of it pretty well, but I don't get into it because I just, it makes my head spin.
Yeah, right? It does. But tonight, man, I was fucking, I was thrilled. Because I love to talk about this stuff. I really do.
Yeah, I know you like your true crime topics.
Yeah, my like history. I feel like there's so many things go down, you know, like a rabbit hole with even for Toronto, have you ever, like yourself, have you ever, off the top of your head, can you recollect any serial killers in your area and stories like that?
Well, we had, it wasn't really my area. I was living in Mississauga at the time, and it was a couple of towns over. We had the Paul. Did you hear Paul Bernardo and Carla Homolka?
Oh, how sick are they? You know, she's out.
I know she is.
Yes, she's out, and she let him do to her sister.
I know, it's disgusting.
Her sister. Hi, Don. Yeah, and and he's another one where they actually had people had identified him from the sketches,
Yeah.
and they actually questioned him.
He was a rapist first. He started out as a rapist. He was called the Scarborough Rapist.
Absolutely, yes. And they had him. He was ringing down in their list of suspects.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They even questioned him once about the whole thing. They had him at one point, and they let him get away.
Yes.
And then he went on he graduated to murdering these young schoolgirls, and the horrible atrocities that he performed there. And now he won't see the light of day. They'll never let him out.
But Carla's out.
Yeah, I know she is. She made that deal. She signed a deal 12. They gave her 12 years if she handed over Bernardo, if she testified against Bernardo, and she did it. And she got out. They honored the deal. She was out in 12 years.
Weren't they married?
Yeah, they were.
Yeah, I thought unless she wants to testify, right? You know what I just wonder though is they know for sure that it's them and a killer and they're on videotape and this and that. You know what? Get rid of them. Get rid of them. You know? What's the point in keeping them alive?
Yeah, you're right. I got
get rid of
scum like that. I got a very low tolerance for.
Me too.
And I think their circumstances, capital punishment is still.
She's probably got cold blank eyes, I bet. Yeah, someone who could do it to her own sister. I mean, he's raping and killing strangers. She's letting it to her sister. So she's worse than him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She was just as evil, man.
Yeah, just if not more. Lulu says I should look up. What did she say? Oh God, Lulu, stop it. We're not arguing about anything. What was the one she said? Tori Stafford. Do you have two devices? Because I don't. I mean, if I go look it up.
I know the Tori Stafford case.
Oh, okay. So do you mind reading it to us? I mean, if you go to Wikipedia, it tells
hang on.
Because I don't know who it is. How far away was that from you guys?
Very, very close. That was Etobicoke, I'm pretty sure. And I when it happened, I was living in Etobicoke at the time.
That's so freaky too. Let me. You know what? I never finished about the Lisa Ziegert, and you can find that case too, actually, online after you're doing your this Tory one. But that's the one in '92 where they found her. And I was going home one night, and I worked at a bar because I've always worked at bars, and I was in my early 20s. And I get to this blinking red light. And you know how sometimes you don't realize that the red light's blinking and you might stop? You know what I mean? And so on the other side, the opposite side of the street where it's blinking red light as well, they were also stopped. And it was a big Bronco. Now, if you watch the Lisa Ziegert case, you'll see that, it was a Bronco. It was reported to be a Bronco. And it was a Bronco, one of those big ones. This was back in '92. And I had just moved to that town recently. And so I realized it's a blinking red light. And I laughed to myself. Now, this is at 2 a.m. in the morning. I laughed to myself. And then I think about the car, the Bronco on the other side that was just sitting at the red light on the opposite side. And I beep at him and kind of laugh, right? like, oh, you could go. It'll be. They're going the opposite direction. So they turn around in the middle of the road. Okay.
Yeah.
Now,
Yeah.
yeah, they turn around in the middle of the road. So they're heading out of the town where the murder had occurred. And I'm going into it because I just moved there. I just moved there that I didn't even know where the police station was. And so this Bronco does a, 180 in the middle of the road and starts following me. And I, of course, in my mind, when I beeped, it didn't occur to me about a Bronco. And we're not, and it just didn't even occur to me. I was just like laughing, like, oh, here we both are sitting at a blinking red light, and they were on me. I mean, on my tail. And so in my mind, I'm crossing the bridge over into the town, it's a little tiny bridge. And I'm thinking to myself, okay, I want to go to the police, but I just moved there. I really didn't know my way around. So I get back on the highway. And then as I go around where you can either go up this ramp and go a different way or kind of like loop it around and head back towards the town, on this like 57, Route 57, like a stretch of highway. But underneath the underpass there, I turned my lights off. So, because I didn't want them to see which way I went, like my tail light. So, and then I gunned it, right? This motherfucker was on me fast.
Wow.
He rode me. There was two of them inside this Bronco. And they followed me, and I didn't know where to go. I lived with my sister and her boyfriend at the time, and the street that I lived on too was a dead end, cul-de-sac. And so I'm like, okay, I didn't know where the cop station was. So do I want to go home? I mean, do I want to lead him near where I live? Whatever, I don't know. So I drove down the street. Now, mind you, it's 2 a.m. in the morning, and I laid on the horn. There's no cell phones back then. It was 92. Well, there might have been. I don't know. I didn't have one. And I laid on the horn. And fortunately, my sister's boyfriend came running out. But it was on these duplexes down the street. And I really didn't want them to know where I was going. But they kind of like threw in a reverse and called it. I bet you they were so happy when they saw that I was going down a fucking cul-de-sac dead end.
Yeah, no
You
kidding.
know that?
Yeah. So where'd they go?
They left. They backed up and went back in reverse down the street. They saw the lights go on in the house, and my sister and her boyfriend come running out the front door.
They fucked up.
Thank God. I mean, from the top of the street, I just laid on the horn, and I lived like practically near the end of it, but I just stayed on that horn for anybody to come out. I didn't care, and so
I remember this Tori Stafford case now. Yeah, it was a young girl. I think she was 8 years old. Actually, it says right here. And they, a couple grabbed her on her way home from school, took her, abducted her, raped her, and then murdered her and left her body in a field in rural Ontario, just outside of Woodstock, in Ontario.
Was it them? That Paul Bernardo, or?
No, this is a completely different case. They were abducted by Michael Rafferty and Terry Lynn McClintock.
Now tell us about them two.
Well, okay, I guess I could. Hang on.
Yeah, it's like a link you can click, right? Wikipedia usually does.
Michael Rafferty, the convicted killer of 8-year-old Tori Stafford, has been transferred from a maximum security prison to a medium security prison in Quebec. A relative of Rafferty has stepped up to help Stafford's father, Rodney, get the convicted killer back into a maximum security prison. So he's in a medium now, and the father of the dead girl, of the little girl, is trying to get him back into a maximum security prison.
What's his history?
What's his history?
Yeah, like, has he ever been charged with any other crimes before?
You ask a lot, Survivor Girl. I'll find out though.
Would you rather I read it, or do you want me to read it, or do you want to?
Why, do you have it?
Yeah, I can. I won't be able to see the chat or anything, but I can read it for you. Here I go.
Yeah, I have Googled. Oh, yeah, I got a Wikipedia link. I guess
Yes, that's the one. Yeah, go to the Wikipedia link and you're doing. Yeah, Lucas, everyone's saying sometime on. No, we're not going to sing one sometime on. Michael Rafferty, that name sounds so familiar.
Yeah, well, he's a sick young man.
I can't believe that Eileen Wuornos was in prison for a year for stealing $35 and 2 packs of cigarettes.
Happens. You hear it happening all the time, especially down in the United States. You got these crazy circuit judges who, from in small rural areas, who can pretty well throw the book if they want to, and a lot of them are stiff-necked, conservative.
Yeah, but it seems like the women get they get the worst, of it.
I believe it.
Yeah, sure does. It just like, if a guy is saying, "Oh, that woman is crazy," right? All the people are gonna say, "Oh, that guy." It's just like okay, let's say for instance, just for instance, okay, you got a particular thing going on, and no matter what, it's always the woman who's crazy. It doesn't matter what what the woman says happens. Someone always says, "You sure can pick them. You sure know how to find them."
Yeah.
Oh, what'd you do to him?
I think it used to be like that. I think times are changing a lot now, though, I think people are finding they're not behaving so much that way. I know there's a lot of it, and I know it's not right, but I think we're getting more educated when it comes to that.
You hope, but I've seen so many cases where I saw a case where this woman wasn't even in Alaska. It was 10 years later. She wasn't even in Alaska when the guy murdered the other guy because of unrequited love over that girl. But the girl was in California, like she'd gone. And yet they still blamed her, saying that, she had been I can't think of what the word is, but the mastermind, they said. The mastermind. This girl, it was 10 years later, she was married with kids. She was like a soccer mom now. And they put her in prison for life.
Wow.
Yeah. So what about that person that you were looking up there? Michael Rafferty.
Yeah, where are we on that? Actually, I have the murder of Tori. Are we done with the murder of Tori Stafford? Michael Rafferty.
No, that's the person who murdered her, Michael Rafferty.
That's right. And I told you pretty well. What did you want to know? You wanted to know if he had any prior convictions?
Yeah, it's history. Like, go to Wikipedia. That usually breaks it down into categories of, their life. Like,
yeah. I'm looking now if there's a link here under Michael Rafferty's name that gives some bio on him. But there isn't. There doesn't seem to be.
No prior conviction. Is he still in jail?
Oh yeah.
He said he's been moved. He's been moved to minimum security. You said, right?
Yeah. No, medium.
Oh, medium. Yeah. What about her? What happened to her?
She's still in jail. I'm finding out now. Waiting.
My family. It says, okay, March 19th, 2021. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah. is March 19th, 2021. This is a news story about it. Let's see, what's this? This coming up. Exclusive. Corey Stafford killer accused by family of extorting his own mother. Nearly 9 years after his conviction for the kidnapping, rape, and murder of Woodstock, Ontario 8-year-old Corey Stafford, Michael Rafferty is now being accused by a relative of contributing to his own mother's death from behind bars. When Rafferty was moved from a maximum security facility to the medium security in La Macasa institution in Quebec, Corey Stafford's family was enraged. Her father, Rodney's anger at that development was well documented. Just months earlier, he had found out Corey's other killer, Carrie Lynn McClintock, had been moved to an Indigenous healing lodge
Oh my
in
God.
Saskatchewan, a
Yep.
move that was reversed by the federal government after the
Good.
widespread public outcry and protest.
Good.
Despite the same outcry in Rafferty's case, then Public Safety Minister Ralph Goodale held firm, insisting the institution was no less secure than other facilities and that it specializes in treating sex offenders like Rafferty, who has remained there ever since. Oh, so they moved him, but for the woman, they moved her back. Isn't that crazy? The whole goal is to, oh, so she would have been 20 last year. Their whole goal is to try to make it lighter for, or make it easier for the criminals to rehabilitate, get back out onto the street. Said Rodney Stafford, visibly angry. Oh, okay, I thought that was, and they've totally left victims out in the shadows, and that is correct. Seeing Stafford's disappointment reflected in media reports and interviews, an unexpected ally stepped in to assist in his cause for reversal. A relative of Rafferty, speaking to Global News on the condition of anonymity, contacted Stafford to tell him he would fight on his behalf. We started writing the government, asking them for an opportunity to explain what we found that was going on, why Michael should be in a maximum security facility as opposed to medium. That relative alleges the killer had been extorting money from his own mother from behind bars for years. There was phone calls saying that he had been in the infirmary and his mother needed to provide money for protection, he alleged. Michael Rafferty had been reaching out to his mother on a regular basis and getting money sent to him and sent to what seems to be inmate spouses, claiming that he was fearful of his life and that he owed people. Wow. This is sort of the personality that he's had his whole life. Manipulative, knows how to, oh, yeah, it's girl. Okay. I can't believe he was doing that. That's so fucked up, man. I kept telling his mother they were gonna kill him, and
Yeah, well,
yeah,
guys-
yeah, money.
the guy's fucked in the head.
Yeah, he knows how to sort of sway people's opinions pretty easy. The convicted killer's relative, who says he has had contact with Rafferty since his conviction, but not for more than 2 years, claims Rafferty was attacked in custody once, but that he was not in constant danger to claim. Instead, he says Rafferty was manipulating his mother, playing on her fears to help him pay back other prisoners for favors, things allegedly as simple as buying junk food from the prison canteen. The relative provided them with a large folder filled with copies of checks and money order receipts from 2014 to 2018. It's the collection, he says, represents just a fraction of the documentation Rafferty's mother kept. That's not all of it. We've got boxes and boxes of them. There's probably the equivalent of $20,000 to $30,000 worth of money sent through to other people there. The money appears to be sent to people mostly in Quebec, but as far away as British Columbia. Wow. Rafferty's mother lived in Kitchener, Ontario, and her family says she has no connections in any other parts of Canada, and they do not recognize any of the names on the papers. Wow, that's weird. Global News tracked down and contacted several of the people listed on the document, but none of them would corroborate their claims. A request was also made for a comment from Michael Rafferty, but he refused. His relative said he repeatedly asked the Correctional Service of Canada to stop the calls for money while they were happening, but that they continued. Well, I wonder if it was part of the frickin' correction officer's family.
Yeah,
Are
yeah.
you there?
Yeah, I'm there. I'm
You
here.
know?
I'm listening to you. Yeah, wow.
Yeah,
I didn't know all this.
Yeah, I wonder if he was paying the corrections officer. He also claims he had an email conversation with officials at the service for most of 2019, sending them details and copies of these receipts, but we have yet to hear anything further. In a statement about the allegations, a CSC spokesperson says, "We do not take action in reviewing information brought to our attention, including from victims and families." What? But citing, we do take action. I'm sorry, I read that wrong. But citing the Privacy Act, he says he is unable to comment on the specifics of the offender's case. Ms. Murphy died in August of a heart attack. She was 60 years old. Wow, that's not even too old. The
Wow.
stress of the constant phone calls and the struggle financially to keep and support her son in prison was just too much for her when she passed away. His grandmother, her mother, passed away shortly thereafter. Once his mother was unable to facilitate finances to him, he started approaching his grandmother to do it. Our family 100% holds him accountable for both their deaths. Rafferty's relatives hope sharing his story publicly will reopen the conversation about Rafferty's move. I mean, I really don't know, like, what the move would have to do with that. I think that has something, more on the family should have been doing that. I mean, not the family. I'm sorry. The prison, right? I mean, they should have taken note. That's kind of odd that all those names shit makes you wonder. Do not rule in child killers like administer with a hammer. Why would anybody kill a 9-year-old or anybody for that matter? But
Yeah, it's a terrible, 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 terrible tragedy.
That's kind of young. Oh, she was 8 years old, and a woman approached her and asked her if she wanted to see a puppy that the woman had in the car. Wow. And the woman was Terry Lynn, and in the car was her boyfriend Micah, and they were waiting. Corey was sexually assaulted and murdered. She was left in a field, and she was found 3 months later wearing just a t-shirt. She had been severely beaten and suffered various broken bones and had been hit over the head with a claw hammer. At Rafferty's trial, McClintock pled guilty to administering the fatal blows to Corey with a hammer. Rafferty never showed any emotion other than insolence. A great deal of evidence was not heard by the jurors. Wow.
Wow.
Jurors were unaware that Rafferty had searched for child pornography in the months before Corey's disappearance, including queries related to the violent sexual assault of underage children. That information was deemed inadmissible after police failed to get proper authorization to search the contents of his laptop and BlackBerry, although the Crown tried unsuccessfully to reintroduce the evidence. And now Mark Rosenberg, a judge of the Ontario Court of Appeal, is allowing Rafferty to get a government lawyer for a murder appeal. This is barely now. What is the date of this thing right here? It doesn't say the date of this article. It's allowing him to get a government-funded lawyer for a murder appeal. This is barely reminiscent of the leniency showed to Carla Homolka, who now resides in Guadalupe. Wow. So at least you guys know she's not near you guys, huh?
No, yeah, no kidding.
Yeah. After she served 12 years for assisting. I can't believe she can go to Guadalupe. I thought if you were a convicted felon, you couldn't go out of...
No, she got hopped on a flight. That's Mexico, right? Guadalupe?
Yeah.
Yeah. Hopped on a flight, got fucked off out of the... She was being recognized everywhere she went. She got a distinctive face, and her face was all over the newspapers for years and years and years. So
I'm just surprised she was able to leave the country, though.
Maybe the country said good riddance to her and we're happy to let her go.
You're right. That is correct. Yeah, you're right there.
Don't let the door hit you in the ass on the way out, right?
Yeah, you're right. 12 years, she served 12 years for assisting the murders of 2 schoolgirls and the drug-induced murder of her own sister. She also has
Wow.
3 children of her own now. Wow. And it is very interesting to many people of who funded all this. It is important that no leniency is shown to a monster that kidnapped and raped a child in cold blood. That is true. And I'm sorry. I think they should just be killed. As soon as they're, I mean, proven, it's on a videotape. They, there's no proof. I mean, all the proof in the world. There's no question. I do not think that they should even get a trial. But he does not deserve taxpayers' financial support, and Mark Rosenberg should not have the power to make those demands. If Rafferty wants a paid lawyer, he should pay it himself. If Rosenberg feels so strongly about Rafferty's murder appeal, then perhaps he should pay. And there's a petition, but this is 8 years ago. This is disgusting. If taxpayers wanted him to have a fair trial and a fair, affordable lawyer, then we, but any sane person, know that this is devastating and what he did was absolutely uncalled for. He needs to read a giant Free Tamika Drama. So this one is another petition. These are a bunch of petitions. She's a 46-year-old mother of 4 serving a life sentence without the possibility of parole for possession of less than 2 ounces of marijuana.
Where's this?
Are you fucking kidding?
Where?
Oh, in Mississippi.
Yeah, figures.
Wow. She was pulled over in Alcorn County, Mississippi for not having a license plate, which led to her car being searched. A proper tag was in the back seat. Wow, why did she just put it on? That's the night her life sentence began. Tamika has been in prison since she was 34 years old. Her youngest child was 4 when she was arrested in April. Her child was turned 16. Tamika was sentenced under the Mississippi's crushing habitual offender law. The only hope for Tamika to ever leave prison alive is for you, Governor Reeves, to pardon her, grant clemency. Oh my God, I can't even believe that. I want to know what's happening to her. Tamika Drummer. Now, how long ago is this? Oh, this is pretty new. I mean, with marijuana being legal now, 2 ounces, less than 2 ounces.
Yeah, I know, nothing. Wow. What a waste.
That is horrible. This is 16 hours ago.
Really?
16 hours ago. Serving life after marijuana bust gets more support after TikTok.
Wow.
A video on social media sparked a surge in signatures on a petition asking Mississippi Governor Tate Reeves to pardon a woman sentenced to life in prison as a habitual offender. Tamika Drummer received life sentence in 2008 after she was pulled over for an expired license plate and officers found marijuana in her vehicle. She was sentenced because of previous convictions. She had wait a minute. She had previously been convicted of voluntary manslaughter in '92.
Oh yeah, okay, here we go.
Are you kidding me? What is this? The next riot? I'm not trying to sound funny or anything. Oh my God. Voluntary manslaughter in '92, aggravated assault in '98, and possession of marijuana in 2007. Jacqueline Temple, okay. He says that he is not thinking about, but it's got 244,000 signatures. I am like voluntary manslaughter. I can't even imagine that. I need to fucking new state law, dozens in prison. Okay, so this is Mississippi. I can't even believe. So what did she do? I want to know what that manslaughter charge is. I get into all this fucking research. And despite new state laws, dozens imprisoned in Mississippi for nonviolent acts will never get paroled. Mississippi's new earned parole. Now this is June 28, 2021. New earned parole eligibility act will make up to 3,000 state inmates eligible for parole, but excludes more than 80 others sentenced to life without parole on nonviolent crimes under habitual offender. Convicted of second-degree murder, third-degree murder, and manslaughter in the slaying of George Floyd, former Minneapolis police officer Derek Chauvin to be released on parole in 15 years. In Mississippi, Jamaica Drummer went to prison in 2008, possessing less than 2 ounces of marijuana, but will never see life beyond bars by a new state parole. Up to 3,000 Mississippi inmates over the next 3 to 5 years will be, but Drummer will not be. Yeah, but they're saying non-violent. Like she was. It says originally. Okay, the law permits up to 3 years in prison for the offense, but because of 2 prior convictions, both violent felonies, for which she served her time. Yeah, but it's not about her serving her time for them. I think it's about learning her lesson. You know?
Yeah, no kidding.
Right, and so she didn't learn her lesson. I mean, that's like to say,
You're the troublemaker for sure.
yeah, like, I only got 5 years for killing somebody. Yeah, fuck it, I'll do it again. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah. They're devastating laws as for too long for minor offenses. Well, how about too short for major offenses, like manslaughter? I mean, seriously.
5 years
However,
can't be
one
a
of the
long time, though. I wouldn't want to do 5 years.
No, I know, but it says aggravated. However, her sister noted Drummer has served her time for those crimes, and they are behind her. She said Drummer is the kind of person who took care of her kids. In 2008, took kids with. You're incarcerating a lot of those raised families. Okay, but I still want to know, like, I want to know what the fuck who she killed. You know? Like, what the fuck, man? They're talking like, that's what I hate about, the internet, is they can make it so you can only, see so much of something. And then if they want to manipulate and fit their narrative, they just don't have to release that information.
But if there's enough information out there that you could probably dig and find out if you really want to know. It's how much time weighs in with how much badly you want to get the information, right?
Yeah, you'd have to pay for it to get people's records, right?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, some of them, but I'm gonna just look up and see if there's any. Not to be like, I just want to see the life sentence. It says life sentence for pot only if you're black. So there, I just was curious if like any white women were doing, life for having marijuana,
Yeah. Sorry, I'm looking at something else here.
Are you researching too? Isn't it like it's addictive, the research, and you go down a rabbit hole, really?
Yeah, I know. You can disappear for a long time. I know. I lose lots of time. I lose a lot of time. I spend a lot of time I'm a musician, so I spend a lot of time on YouTube watching music videos.
Watching YouTube videos?
Yeah. I'm a junkie for them, man.
Me too. I gotta go out and come back in, so stay right there.
All right. There she is.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Hi. Yeah, they would say it was excessive while acting with extreme indifference to human life. I'm just reading the. I like to know for awareness reasons myself about things that are happening instead of being blind to it. Oh, Nacho Scapegoat. Hi, Nacho. While acting with extreme indifference. Wow, I gotta just go through the. Have you been reading the chat? Well, the chat, the talking.
Yeah. I'm reading it too.
Yeah, because I kind of is that serial killers are often friendly, warm, and welcoming, and outwardly positive, often respecting the community. Yeah, I mean, well, look at John Wayne Gacy. You know, he's a clown with the
Yeah, I remember him. Oh yeah.
People that go back with killing children is endemic throughout many countries. You raped her. I hate when they say sexual assault. We all have to function day to day, and we do not know what the next day has. Exactly.
Hey, you know what, darling? I gotta cut down now. It's
Yeah, me too. It's 2:30 anyway, so we're gonna count down and say five. You know how I count down and do the 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 thing. You know how I do that?
No, I don't. How do you do that?
Well, we're gonna just count from 5. Okay, so Mark, I think this has been a great live stream, and I think everybody in here has been like awesome. This has been so great. I love it. I hope we have many more. If anybody wants to do any kind of research on anything and come up and talk about, you know, topics like this, I love it. It's great. So we're gonna we countdown. Go. So right here we go. Ready? 1, 2, 3, go. 5,
5, 4,
4, 3,
3,
2, 1. Peace, love, and tacos, everyone. Have a great night. Bye, Mark. Thank you so much. Bye, everyone in the live stream.
Bye.
Bye.